should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't even
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, happy Wednesday. I'm so glad y'all are here. I know one of the girls in that video has been found. I've got to fix that. I just haven't had time. Never have enough time. So glad that y'all are here with me today. It's good to see you, Indy, Abellis, Tom, Lori, and I saw that you said you sent me an email. Thank you. I will check that. I might check it while I'm live because I have to go to my email in a minute. Crystal Burns, good to see you. Little bit of Lisa, good to see you. Here, Sandra, good to see you. I hope you're resting. The video should not be this long. Oh, the missing kids? I know. And that's not even all of them. I think they do like on the East Coast. I've seen some from California, but like I'm kind of close to Virginia. Like actually, I'm real close to Virginia, and a lot of them are out of Virginia. So I don't know if it's like a location thing or what, but like there's a lot more out there, and it's really sad. Sam Brown, good to see you. Karen, good to see you. I'm glad you are here. Southern Cats, good to see you. Speedle, good to see you. I still got to look up the way to say your name. Curious Christine, thank you for being here. Snarky Pants, Kimmy C123, yes, maybe no. Thank you for being here. Miss Scorpio, thank you for being here. Abellis, my love. Edith, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Soups, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Christine, thank you for the super sticker. I haven't even accessed my live yet. That was so very sweet of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, speaking of, I saw yesterday that somebody was asking about PayPal. What's my PayPal in the live stream yesterday? I didn't want anybody to think I was ignoring them because I wasn't. I didn't see it until I was closing down the live. I don't have PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. I don't do those things because for me personally, it feels really gross. I don't condemn anybody who does it. Like that's up to each creator, that's how they feel. If they want to drop ways to tip them, more power to them. I personally don't do it because you have to like share your actual name if you send somebody, but I don't have those things on my page because I think it feels icky. I started using YouTube. I never ever thought that we would grow a community like we have, and you guys are all really amazing, and that is such a blessing. But um, I don't want to get too much into detail, but it's kind of like I'm not like I'm trying to improve my like where I live at. I guess I'll put it that way. And if I can do that without asking for GoFundMe's or PayPal or Venmo or Cash App, then it's going to make me feel better about myself. So I appreciate everybody's support. You can support me by hitting the thumbs up. I think we kind of got out into the algorithm. So thank you all so very much for that. And anything else is just a blessing, and I really appreciate it. But I didn't want that person to think I was ignoring them. I just don't do that. But thank you. That was a really nice thought. Good to see you, Dandy, and Miss King of Anything. Mama Angie, nice to see you. I like your profile picture. That is really cute. It reminds me of like the early 2000s. I had that stuff all over my room. Westside, good to see you. Ava Sim, good to see you. Previously known as Ava Slim. Jenny Jen, good to see you. Kate, good to see you. Thank you all so much for being here. And thank you again, Christine, for the super sticker. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sam. I appreciate that. Anders, good to see you. Monica, good to see you. Cherish your sparkle. Good to see you. And Parabola, Miss Sarah. Going back and see if I missed anybody. Chloe, good to see you. Okay, I think I've about got everybody. Oh, Miss Sarah, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I do have my live up now. So those went to One Believe, Cat with a K, Lane, yay, Karen, Lavin. I want to say Lavenderdale, but I know that's not it. I got lavender on my mind. Lynn, Christine, good to see you. Eastern Girls Crafting, Marie. I said, good to see you. She got a membership. Bobby, Rachel Burton, and M's Mad World. If you were gifted from Miss Sarah and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Miss Sarah thank you. Thank you, Miss Sarah. You are so amazing. I really appreciate that. I will grab the crazy train to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you again, Miss Sarah. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. I was drinking my drink. I'm thinking of lavender because I got my little doTERRA essential oil like diffuser, and I just put vanilla chai in it, and it smells so good. And I was deciding whether to put clary sage and lavender or vanilla chai, and I was like, if I put clary sage and lavender, I'm gonna sit here and fall asleep. So it smells so good. I saw that LW350 came in, and I think Jennifer Ryan Apple Snapple, good to see you. Jennifer came in. Ashley, good to see you. All right. Becky P, good to see you. I know. Are you getting a memorial tattoo? That's awesome. That is so cool. I want to get some more tattoos. I don't know. I like Ozzy, but I don't know if I like him enough to get a tattoo. I probably would with Red Hot Chili Peppers or Lane Stanley. Stately Stanley from Alice in Chains. Rotten Apple and Nutshell are my two favorite songs in the whole world. All right. On to the topics at hand. 1340. We have so much to discuss that I don't even have it all in my thumbnail or in my description. Y'all, there's so much to talk about. We can start because I did just find another article. We'll start with Travis Decker. Okay. Hold on just a minute. I gotta pull my inbox up because I find articles and I'll email them to myself. Oh, thank you, Lori Ann. I'm going to need that later today. Okay. So when I was coming live just a minute ago, I found this article that was on my homepage. Oh my goodness. Miss Scorpio, thank you for the super chat or sticker. That was so very sweet of you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Y'all are so sweet. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Shin, good to see you. Thank you again, Miss Scorpio. That was really sweet. Oh, there's something behind that. And I can't remember what it is, but I've heard that if you smell burning hair, it means something. You need to look it up. I can't remember what it is. Kelly, is Kelly in here? Cara, good to see you. Okay, so Travis Decker is on the run allegedly still after committing the homicide of his three beautiful little girls. And there's been two new updates in that case. Now, they still haven't found him, but I did find this that I wanted to share with y'all, which I found really disturbing. So we're going to start with this article. It reads, authorities reveal disturbing new details from crime scene where three girls were homicided. And it starts with a disclaimer. This story contains information that may be disturbing to some readers. So I'm going to give y'all a trigger warning down here. Donna, good to see you. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. Did everyone hit the like button? Yeah, please hit the like button. Okay. So the article reads, if it would stop jumping. As the search for Travis Decker, the dad accused of committing the homicide of his three daughters, that's going to be in Chelan County, Washington, has almost reached the 3-month mark, officials are revealing disturbing new details about the crime scene and evidence that they say indicates he is the sole suspect. So I think this one's going to have both of the articles I wanted to talk to y'all about in it. Peyton Decker was 9, Olivia Decker was 8, Evelyn Decker was 8, I always do that, and Olivia Decker was 5. They were found deceased near the Rock Island campground in Chelan County, Washington, on June 2nd after they left home for a planned visit with their father on May 30th, according to police. Court documents obtained by ABC News in June revealed that there were plastic bags over the heads of each girl and their wrists were zip tied. But a new press release from officials on Monday provided new details about how the girls were found. And there they are. They were so precious. Okay, trigger warning. Quote, two of the victims each had two separate bags over their heads, and the third victim had three separate bags over their head, unquote, officials said. In addition to the plastic bags, quote, several cable ties were located on the ground in the immediate area of the bodies, unquote, officials said. Authorities collected the plastic bags and the cable ties and submitted the items to the Washington State Crime Lab for DNA analysis, officials said. On August 6th, the crime lab reported that the DNA profile matching Travis Decker was found on the plastic bags and on the cable ties, confirming to officials that he is the sole suspect. So going back to what I just read, and there he is. Going back to what I've just read so far, evidently two of the children had two bags on their head each. So each child had two bags on their head, and then one of them had three bags. And I'm wondering why. Did he have disdain for one of them more than the other two? I don't know. I mean, you could go to several different, you know, areas with that, but it's really sad and disturbing. I still don't understand why he did it. Like, was it to get back at the mom? Was it because of the mental health and the borderline personality disorder things that he was going through and that he didn't get help from the VA? Continuing with the article, quote, the completion of this DNA analysis provides additional evidence that indicates Travis Decker is the only suspect involved in committing these homicides, officials said. DNA matching the three daughters was also located on the plastic bags, officials said. On June 9th, an autopsy determined the girl's cause of death to be suffocation, according to the sheriff's office. In July, officials also said that the bloody handprints located on the tailgate of Decker's vehicle, which was discovered near the girls' bodies, also matched the father's DNA profile. The new announcement from officials comes a month after they said they were scaling back search efforts to find Decker due to a reduced footprint and a decrease in leads and tips. The sheriff's office confirmed on Monday that Decker's whereabouts remain unknown and that they do not have any evidence to suggest that Travis Decker is either alive or deceased. The Chilean County Sheriff's Office said it's continuing to work with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners to coordinate I don't know why I keep messing up. Coordinate continued search efforts. In July, Chilean County Sheriff Mike Morrison told ABC News that officials remain hopeful they will find Decker, but are aware this hunt could be a long haul. Quote, we could be in a fight for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. I certainly hope we're looking at a couple of weeks and it closes out, but it could be a long time, and we are committed to staying with it, Morrison told ABC News. The U.S. Marshal Service is still offering a reward of up to $20,000 for information leading directly to Decker's arrest. Officials said anyone who sees Decker or knows of his whereabouts should call 911 immediately and not contact or approach him. He is currently wanted for 3 counts of first-degree homicide and 3 counts of kidnapping, officials said. Decker is considered armed and dangerous, officials said. For a timeline, it tells me to click there. I think we know the timeline. That's horrendous to find out that there was so many bags used, and God, awful. Sam said, what a piece of shit. I can't get over what a selfish coward this guy is. Right, like if you were doing it to get back at your ex-wife, why would you hurt your children? And she's going to live her life scared to death because he trained as a ranger, right? But wasn't able to complete it. And I get like his dad was a Green Beret and it might have upset him and made him sad. And from what people say, he's somewhat of a narcissist. Like it probably contributed to driving him a little bit crazy, but like, I don't know. He was going through a lot. He was living in this truck. He was homeless. He was about to be fired from the National Guard because he, I don't know, wasn't showing up to work. He had the girls at the armory. His wife divorced him in September. He was behind on child support, couldn't afford insurance on the vehicle. Like I get that the stress of life was hard to deal with, but I mean to this extent, why go this far? Hey, Blue Giraffes. He hated his wife more than he loved his girls. Yeah, that's basically what it boils down to. Unfortunately. And it's sad. I mean, he just saw them as a bargaining chip. Chloe said because those 3 little girls were her whole world, I bet. He wanted to break her heart. Yep. I agree. Little bit of Lisa said, personally, I believe he took his own life as well and hasn't been found. I thought that, but the fact that they haven't found anything to this point and like the Marshal Service is involved and everything, it makes me think that maybe he got away with it. Hey, Running Bear. No, they don't have any idea where he's at. We just got more information on the girls and his DNA. I think he must have been criminally insane. I agree. Yeah, the roosters are right under the window. I agree, Anders. All right, we're going to jump over to YouTube. I have some videos to talk to y'all about. I have a bunch in a playlist, so we'll see what's there and see what we're going to talk about next. It's like 4 different cases we have to talk about. I don't want to jump to Emmanuel yet, because we're going to talk about that for a while. We can talk about Giovanni Pelletier. We had covered him one day. I think it was a couple of days ago. He died mysteriously. He got in a vehicle in Florida. He got in a vehicle with his cousins. They allegedly smoked weed or something to that extent. They said they got in an argument with him. He got out on the side of the road. We were looking at where it was in relation to the highway, and they found his body in a retention pond. But it wasn't the police that found his body, it was his family. And they have been pushing to go to the FBI about everything. The cousins were allegedly possibly lying about a lot of things. So we have video footage now from that. We can start with this 2-minute one and then we'll go to law and crime about it.
First at 5 when Giovanni
Lordy.
missing earlier this month.
Hold on.
An investigation at 5 when Giovanni Pelletier went missing earlier this month. An investigation stretched 3 counties. The focal point became Manatee County, where the North Carolina teen was found dead in a pond last week. Today, Sheriff Rick Wells gave an update on what investigators know about the moments leading up to Giovanni's death. As Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon reports, cameras captured those final moments.
Oh no. I'm curious what happened in those final moments, but I wonder if the cameras have audio so we can hear if he was arguing with his cousins. They've alleged like they were parts of different gangs and all kinds of things. He was going to visit other family members in Florida, and I don't know. It's a very weird story.
Investigators with the Manatee County Sheriff's Office have gone through hours of FDOT and surveillance camera footage, and Sheriff Rick Wells says what they found shows Giovanni Pelletier was alive when he got out of a car on I-75, and cell phone data confirms it.
We started to do our best to locate any movement whatsoever that would give us an indication that Giovanni was alive at that time. And we found Giovanni at about 2:18 a.m.
It's grainy footage from I-75 near State Road 70.
You can see him coming across. Here's the truck trying to avoid hitting him.
Sheriff Rick Wells says it matches the time and description of Giovanni's last known location. And this clip from the Lowe's shows Giovanni's last movements.
That's a steep embankment. He's coming down there, almost an uncontrollable sprint.
The camera doesn't show the retention pond, but that's where the path leads. It's
Okay. So we couldn't see. Okay. Let me explain something to you. The family's already angry because the police were saying they found the body, and it was actually the family that found the body. We're looking at this footage, and it's already grainy AF, and evidently he's running across the highway and then runs and like falls into the retention pond, and what, just decides to lay there and drown. Let me Giova. Oh, I'll have to find where I wrote down his name on my books. Pelletier. Let me see if I can pull it up that way. Yeah. Okay. I want to find where his mama released it. There's a close-up of the foot, but you can't really tell who that is. Like, it's curious because the family is so adamant about, like, there being some kind of backdoor shit going on. I want to know. Okay. See, you have this stuff going on. This is his mother. Hold on. Oh, look. I want to show you one of the first ones that she put out. Yeah, here we go. My son was recently found after a desperate search by our family alone, and we are still facing an active investigation into his death. I'm living every parent's worst nightmare, trying to find the strength to give him the goodbye he deserves. We ask that you please respect our privacy at this time as we try to navigate this for his 4 younger siblings. And then you have these. The police didn't find my baby. The investigators didn't find my baby. The dogs didn't. The helicopters didn't. Stop spreading lies. You have no idea. We found my baby, and I will never be the same. See, they went and found him after asking the police for help and asking the police to search and to find out what happened. And then we see this footage. Okay, the story from the cousins was that they dropped him off on the side of the road. A trucker found his book bag and turned it into police with his cell phone. And the retention pond was right by where he got dropped off by where the cousin said they dropped him off. Basically, the retention pond is right there. I need somebody to tell me how the police knew that he was dropped off right here. Trucker has brought his belongings and said, here is his stuff. I found it right here. The retention pond is right there, yet the family is the one that found him. And then now we're getting this grainy ass footage that could be a freaking Yeti for all we know crossing the highway. And you expect me to believe that? The only thing I can believe is that one where he's kind of tripping and going towards the retention pond, maybe, because that's still grainy. And how do we know he wasn't running from like gunshots or something? I got a lot of questions. I'm going to play this over again.
He was alive at that time. And we found Giovanni at about 2:18 a.m.
It's grainy footage from I-75 near State Road 70.
You can see him coming across. Here's the truck trying to avoid hitting him.
Sheriff Rick Wells says it matches the time and description of
Okay, right there we can see a white, I see a shirt, some kind of black pants, and then possibly like a black beanie. I mean, but again, that could be freaking Bigfoot. Like, we ain't got no better camera than this. Come on now.
description of Giovanni's last known location. And this clip from the Lowe's shows Giovanni's last movements.
That's a steep embankment. He's coming down there.
I don't like this. Okay, it says the Lowe's has
Location. And this clip
from the Lowe's. Okay, we got it circled over here because I'm just now seeing this. I'm like, what the hell? All I saw was this Southern Cross fire protection over here and the plants outside. So we're supposed to be looking right up here, I guess.
From the Lowe's shows Giovanni's last movements.
That's a steep.
And then we're going to zoom in. And when he runs across, like right here, there's nothing there. And then he like comes back into focus. Like, are we like, it's two dimensions coming together and we're getting kind of flashes from each one? Is he freaking teleporting? Like, what the fuck? I don't like this, y'all.
Embankment. He's coming down there, almost an uncontrollable sprint.
The camera doesn't show the retention pond, but that's where the path leads. It's where a family member discovered the body of the 18-year-old a week and a half ago.
So the cousins are saying that they smoked weed with him. They got into some kind of argument. He wanted to be let out of the car, so they let him out of the car on the side of the road. Okay, and then we talked about it before. I want to say that they like their story started changing. They have gang ties, and one of them got caught with a weapon, a firearm of some sort. I'll see if I still have those documents, but I don't know if I do. I'd have to go back to my other live stream. There was a lot of questions about it, and on top of that, it's like, I got Andrew McCann. I don't think I have it. But the cousins, okay, he was visiting from Fuquay-Varina, which is like the next town over from where I grew up. We used to call it Fuquay-Vagina. But anyway, he was from Fuquay-Varina, and they were going down there to visit family in Florida, okay? And so he hooks up with his cousins and gets dropped off with them at like 1:30 in the morning. And they're driving 3 hours north to go see family members in the area. And somewhere between this drive across basically 3 hours north, they smoke weed. Giovanni evidently freaks out or something and says to drop him off. And so they drop him off on the side of the highway. And then he gets found in the retention pond, not by the police, but by the family. Okay, we'll let him explain it. Yeah, let me play this because he can probably tell us better than I can.
There's no one in this area with Giovanni. There's no one that's chasing him. He's by himself. And what we don't know is what happened when he hit that pond. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. The death is undetermined.
Earlier this month, Giovanni was picked up by a cousin and two others to visit family in Brevard County. Sheriff Wells says along the way, Giovanni smoked weed and began acting out.
Giovanni was tripping, telling them, I am a demon and I will wreck this car, and says he will kill them all as he tries to open up the door while the car is still moving.
Wells says they eventually pulled over and Giovanni took off. Sheriff Wells says no evidence of foul play was found, and those in the car have cooperated, not just once, but multiple times.
Really, the focus right now is to see what comes back from toxicology. Is there going to be something that alerts us to another drug that we don't know about?
Okay, I don't understand, though, how he ended up in that pond and didn't try to get out. Yeah, synthetic weed could do that, laced with, like, something. I don't know. Miss North, good to see you. And I saw Just Irish came in. Good to see you. Miss North said, I was thinking about what substances you could smoke or inhale that would cause this reaction, and there are only a few, literally. So he didn't drown because that would be listed as cause of death. So he passed before the pond. Yeah, so what would be his cause of death for him to end up in the retention pond? Because I was thinking that the cousins did something to him in the car and then threw him in the retention pond and put his book bag and phone outside of the car to make it look like they dropped him off. But then we see this video. But if he didn't drown in the pond, what the hell happened? Like, that doesn't make sense either. Yeah, toxicology will tell the story. So I guess we'll have to wait on that. Oh, hey, I just thought of something. Ecstasy makes people get really hot plus delusional. Maybe he ran to the pond to cool off. Maybe. I don't know. Hey, Drippy, I don't know if he can swim or not. I don't know. That's a good question. Hey, Dainty. That's a good question. I don't know.
Toxicology reports can take months, and the sheriff's office has asked to expedite their request. Now, Giovanni's mother and stepfather were here today, and they did meet and talk with investigators, and they also asked for their privacy. In Manatee County, Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
I do have one more video on.
What exactly was it about?
Hold on now. I do have one more video on that.
There's no one.
Stop it. Hold on. I hate when it does that.
There's no one in.
We can see what, just real quick before they have the person come on and talk about it, what they think at Law and Crime about the situation. Dreaming of blue skies and sandy beaches. I really like your name. So they said if it was laced, he could have went into cardiac arrest or respiratory arrest before he fell in the pond. And that makes sense. That would be, that would cause him to be deceased when he was like, as he was falling into the pond and not necessarily have water in his lungs. So that does make sense. I don't know. I don't think so. Let me see what's over here. See, she's calling for the FBI to get involved. My heart will continue to ache every day for the rest of my life because I couldn't be there to protect my son. I will blame myself, and without the need for commentary or opinions of others who don't even know us, please stop spreading misinformation about my baby and just let our family try to get through this. I can't put into words the depth of gratitude we feel for the family, friends, and community that don't even know our family. I'm using everything I have left in my soul to continue to fight for Giovanni, and I hope everyone knows that this fight can't be done alone. Giovanni didn't deserve this, and I promise you, baby, that mama will never give up finding answers for you. And there she put a cross at the retention pond. Please help me find answers. Please contact the tip line. I feel it's very important to, this is the only face group that supported our family. Please be cautious about information spread by others. Let me see what this video says, if we can hear it. God, that was loud. I'm going to mute that because it's just a song. They're showing where everybody's wanting justice for Giovanni. I'm glad they have so many people involved. Look at how precious. Aww. He was so loved. Oh, look. I love the crayon pictures. Okay, I was trying to find where she was talking about the FBI, but we'll go back to Law and Crime. Oh, y'all been saying a lot. He could have had an unknown heart condition as well. I agree about synthetic weed as well. It has caused psychosis for a lot of people. It has. Hey, smart ass patriot. That mom breaks my heart. My oldest son died in Lake Mead 2 years ago. Suspicious circumstances. He was 42. I'm sorry, smart ass. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you, and I'm so sorry that happened to you. I am so sorry. If you need to email me, you can. Hey, Lily Gal. Maybe Miss Scorpio. If he was on mind-altering substances, they'll likely go after the one who gave it to him for manslaughter. Maybe. My daughter did some synthetic weed, and I had to go to the mental hospital. She was talking to the lamp. Oh, my goodness. But I think she's acting like any other mother. I do, too. Okay, we're going to go back over here and see what Law and Crime has to say about it. Just the beginning.
This area with Giovanni, there's no one that's chasing him.
I'm sorry,
He's by
smartass.
himself.
I am.
We have learned a lot of new details about what apparently happened in the moments leading up to a teen's disappearance during a vacation in Florida. We're talking about Giovanni Pelletier, what he allegedly said to fellow passengers as they drove from I-75 to what traffic cameras showed him apparently doing. We are taking you through the timeline step by step as the teenager's family tries to grapple with their sudden and enormous loss. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
I'm Jesse Weber. Dang it.
After 18-year-old Giovanni Pelletier was found dead in a retention pond right off of the interstate, Florida law enforcement officers are revealing what has been uncovered so far in their investigation and why they still don't have concrete answers as to what exactly happened to Giovanni. Now, for those of you who are new to this story, real quick, here's what we know so far based.
Okay, so he's going to break it down and you guys will get more of an idea. I did want to go over this. I highlighted it, so we'll throw this in real quick. JDR said a few minutes ago, apparently Dolly had a relative of Daniel's on their phone in recently. And I think they're still trying to tout the same story of Jack and Lily being held on the reserve or hid on the reserve, blaming Malaya. That's going to be about Jack and Lily out of Nova Scotia, Canada, missing since May 2nd under suspicious circumstances. I am here to tell you that the Spicanacte Nation is not going to put the whole reserve, every single person in the tribe, at risk by hiding children for absolutely no reason. And I've told y'all before, it does not make sense that she would need to hide Jack and Lily. If Meadow was missing, I could possibly believe that because Daniel is the biological father, as far as we know, of Meadow. So if it was Meadow, I would say, well, it's a possibility because if she wanted to leave and thought she couldn't get custody of Meadow, then yeah, maybe she would hide her on the reservation. I know she's allegedly cousins with the chief. But the fact that it's Jack and Lily, two children that were not biologically his and the dad wanted nothing to do with, like, it doesn't make sense. She has no reason to hide them. Like, legally, nobody else, like, is going to try to keep them from her. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not like Daniel would go to court and be like, those are my kids. She can't have them because they're not biologically. So it doesn't make sense to me. Oh, yes, maybe no. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I really appreciate that. Those went to Joyce Kirby, Lover, Not a Fighter, Mimi, Natasha, and Sharon Clark. If you were gifted from Yes, Maybe No, and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Yes, Maybe No thank you. I will grab the crazy train to pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much.
I'm going off the rails on a crazy train.
Okay. I don't know if she did or not. Hey, Pen Pal 50. They were. Yeah, that Bella's boys, good to see you. That Durwood, I've got questions about him too. All right, so back to Giovanni. I just wanted to touch on that real quick. All right, now we're going to get the story behind Giovanni.
On reporting that back on July 31st,
Hey,
Giovanni
Pen Pal.
was with his mom, Bridget Pelletier, her fiance, and his siblings on a trip to Englewood, Florida from North Carolina. Now, Giovanni, who turned 18 in the spring, was interested in apparently reconnecting with his birth father's side of the family. And so he made plans with at least one cousin to meet up while he was in the Sunshine State. In the early morning hours of August 1st, we're talking around 1:30 a.m., 3 men arrived in Englewood from Brevard County, clear on the other side of the state, to pick up Giovanni and take him with them back to Brevard. During a news conference on Tuesday, Manatee County Sheriff Rick Wells made a clarification. This is
Vindy Bitchy, thank you for being here. Bitchy says, I think even journalists have visited homes of the Sullivan family members on the reserve. So it's not as close as I thought. It made me think it is less likely they would have been on the reserve. I don't think they're there. Again, there's no reason for them to put the whole Spicanacte Nation in jeopardy for absolutely no reason. Like, it's not like Daniel would have kept the kids from her. The only person that has custody of the kids is Malaya. Like, it doesn't make sense. Who is she keeping them from? Like, why is she trying to hide them? Who wants them? Like, not saying it like nobody else wants them, but like, if we're going to talk about legally and in a court of law, nobody else had rights to them except for her. So it doesn't make sense. Cara, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. Y'all are being so very sweet and supportive. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Those memberships went to, yay, Ryan Apple Snapple, and Ryan Apple Snapple already said thank you. Summer Days, Crispy Treat, yay, Brandy R, Whistle Down, Barb Olson, Sarah SPS, and Daniel Rodriguez, TT Me, Learning to Live. If you were gifted from Cara and you are aware you were gifted, please tell Cara thank you. And I will grab the Polar Express this time to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much, Cara, and everybody else. I really appreciate that. Thank you again, love. Hey, Mercedes and Alyssa. Oh, really? Mama Angie, how awesome would that be? Such a blessing. I might be moving soon. Somewhere I've never been, but I think I would love it. I don't know. We're working on it. I came, I saw, I bitched a little. All right. Back to Giovanni now. He's going to tell us the story.
Is important. While one of the men, identified as Latrell, was Giovanni's paternal cousin, the other two men were not. They were identified as Zach and Jalen. They are believed to be Latrell's friends. Wanted to clear that up. Now, not long after Giovanni left that night, his mom and other family members say they got some very disturbing text messages, but they didn't see them because they were asleep. When Bridget woke up, she realized that Giovanni was missing. And the last text that he had apparently sent her, his mom, just said, "Mom, help." He laughed.
This is another one with the text messages that were really questionable. Yeah, I mean, could you imagine? And I remember now that he said that, he sent a text that said, "Mom, help." He tried to call mom at like 3 o'clock in the morning, or I think they said like 3 o'clock in the morning. Also tried to call the aunt, and they didn't answer because they were asleep. And then you get up to this, like your child can't be found, and then you find him deceased, not the cops. You go out and search for him and find him in the retention pond, right where he got dropped off at. Like, oh my God, my heart goes out to her. Miss North said, "I think it was an error not to take the abduction question seriously for Jack and Lily like Summer and Sebastian. Every child should be searched for as if it is a possibility." And I agree. I don't like our laws for Amber Alerts. I think that we should have an Amber Alert, like there's a possible abduction. We don't know who the suspect is. We don't have a car, but I need you, if you're driving in traffic right now, to look around you and see if you see these children. Like, you know, the signs they have on the highway when you're driving about stuff like that. Also, Mama Help doesn't sound like a demon to me. Back to Giovanni. I agree, Dainty. Joyce, good to see you. Love Jesse Weber's John Stamos hair. They favor. I never saw that. Now I'm going to see it every time I look at him. Hey, Kimmy Doodles. No, I said I had never been there. I have been to Arkansas once. We went in the RV and we stayed for like 2 weeks. But there's a possibility that I might can move to the mountains of Arkansas, and I really want to go. It's actually like the foothills. But like this room where I would stay at, we would go with Mr. Speculating's. His dad just passed away, and it's his dad's house, and we would go there to help them clean up and work on the house and stuff for a little bit until we could move into our own place. And he showed me this window where like I could sit and do my lives. And so at that point I could probably go on camera, but it looks out over a valley. It's so cool. Anyway, let me get back to Giovanni. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off topic like that. I apologize.
It's been seen on the side of I-75 at State Road 70 in Manatee County. This is where Giovanni's cousin apparently said the teen took off into the night. Sheriff Wells recognized how much this ensuing week-long search impacted the family and made that clear during his news conference.
I do want to say that our prayers continue.
Hey, Jerry and Holly.
To go out to Bridget, the mother of Giovanni, and the entire family as they struggle during this very difficult time. And we pray that blessings are bestowed upon them. And we're here to hopefully give them some information that will give them closure at some point.
Now, the sheriff provided a much firmer timeline of what allegedly happened not long after Giovanni apparently left with his cousin. Take a listen.
I think it's important to go back and start from the beginning. So on Thursday, July 31st, there's communications between Giovanni and his cousin, Latrell Hearn, about Latrell picking up Giovanni, who's in Charlotte County, and taking him back to Brevard County where Latrell lives. They're trying to figure out the details. At 5:41 p.m., Latrell texts that he's going to have to use his grandmother's car, which is a white Malibu. At 8:30, they're still texting each other. They text about smoking weed. Giovanni says, I haven't had a smoke in a while because of court stuff going on in North Carolina. And he goes on to say, I definitely need a smoke.
Wait a minute. We're talking about court stuff going on in North Carolina. I could probably pull up his records. That's going to be Wake County. I'm going to back that up. I see a lot of y'all talking about Arkansas. I can't imagine what it's going to look like out that window. Like if we're able to go there and I can finally like, have a camera on and show y'all like down in the valley, we're trying to get everything ready. It's probably going to be about 2 or 3 months before we'd be able to go out there because we have to like basically sell off what we have here. I don't have a house or anything, but like we have a boat and an RV and things like that we would have to sell to go out there. So it would be a couple of months, but I would love to get out there right as fall is starting. But it's still, in the works. Nene Nut and Lala, good to see you. I wanted to hear what he said against all logic, good to see you, about the court case in North Carolina. I think I backed it up.
At 10:08 p.m., Latrell, Jalen Washington,
oh my God,
and Zachary Cummings start heading towards Charlotte County. Zach Cummings is the driver of the white Malibu at the time.
Wait a minute. This is a more extensive breakdown. I backed it up about a minute.
About Latrell picking up Giovanni, who's in Charlotte County, and taking him back to Brevard County where Latrell lives. They're trying to figure out the details. At 5:41 p.m., Latrell texts that he's going to have to use his grandmother's car, which is a white Malibu. At 8:30, they're still texting each other. They text about smoking weed. Giovanni says, I haven't had a smoke in a while because of court stuff going on in North Carolina. And he goes on to say, I definitely need a smoke.
Okay, so they're talking about weed. He hasn't been able to smoke because probably being on probation or something to that effect with court stuff going on in North Carolina, and he's saying he needs to smoke. So, Miss Scorpio, yes, the Ozarks are a possibility. The plan is if we go out there to help fix the house up and then simultaneously be looking for property to buy. Now, if we can buy property, I want it to be like up on a mountain. If not, his parents have like 8 acres out there that we could build a house on, but I want to try to get our own. They live in the foothill. I'm not going to say what state, what city or whatever, but it is the foothills of the Ozarks. And like I said, the window looks down into a valley. They're kind of on a a mountain, they say, but he said it's in the foothills. But we're going to try to buy property out there as well. And if we do, I want it to be definitely in the mountains. And we do have land up by the Missouri-Arkansas border and like this retirement community thing. I think it's in the mountains. I'd have to look.
At 10:08 p.m., Latrell,
Oh, yeah.
Jalen Washington, and Zachary Cummings start heading toward Charlotte County. Zach Cummings is the driver of the white Malibu at the time. During interviews, Latrell tells detectives that not long into the drive, they start smoking weed in the car, and Giovanni starts tripping. They stop the car at an unknown location along River Road before they got to I-75 because Giovanni needed to use the bathroom. Latrell said that Giovanni is acting out and raging.
Now, I can only relate to myself, right? I don't smoke weed. I know a lot of people who do. But I don't smoke because if you don't smoke, like if you're a person who does not smoke very often, then when you do smoke, you get really paranoid. So if anything happened, like if he hadn't been smoking and then all of a sudden smoked, I would think he would get paranoid, not feeling like he was a demon and running across traffic. Like that's more of a psychotic thing, which would make me think that there was definitely something else in that weed that he smoked. I would like to know what the cousins like. Do they participate in any other substance use other than weed? And if so, what is it? And is it something that if somebody did not do it on a regular basis and then did it, would it make them act like that, Yeah, because paranoia is all I get. Like if I smoke, because I know a lot of people who do, I'll just get worried. I'll be like, oh my God, I got to pay the bills. Oh my God, I got to do this. Oh my God, the kids. Oh my God, what am I going to do about this, and that? Like, it's not like I'm a freaking demon. I'm not, it's not a psychotic thing. It's just stress about bills and things like that. And like, I won't go to the store because I'll be like, oh my God, I'm going to get pulled over. I smoke weed. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense that it was a psychotic thing instead of like a paranoia thing. Like paranoia I could get. Maybe it was dipped in GHB. I wonder what the substance of, like, how in different areas there's different substances that are prominent in that area. I wonder what's prominent in that area. That doesn't necessarily mean that they would be doing that specifically, but it might give us an idea. PCP, yeah. Drippy Thoughtsicles said depends on strain and if legally bought or not. You know exactly how much THC if you're buying legally and what strain. Indica less likely to induce paranoia. Yeah.
Before getting back into the car, they
Not-
continue driving north on I-75.
Not yet.
At this point, they're about 26 miles away south of State Road 70. At 1:55 a.m., Giovanni sends his mother a text saying help. At 1:56 a.m., he sends another message that says help, followed by me. Jalen says Giovanni was tripping, telling them I am a demon and I will wreck this car, and says he will kill them all as he tries to open up the door while the car is still moving.
Now, Cara, who lives in Florida, said in that area, meth, PCP, fentanyl, and K2, which is going to be what, ketamine? And we know how PCP makes us react. I'll show y'all my favorite clip that displays what PCP does to you. I'll probably have to cut it out. Hold on. So if we're going to talk about PCP, this is a movie and it's meant to be funny, okay? But PCP can have some of these effects on you. If this is clipped out of the live stream, it is I type in Debo's chicken coop Friday. So the video is titled Friday Angel Dust, and it's made to be funny, right? I mean, it's Friday. Friday's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, there's a bunch of them and they're really funny. Now that's meant to be funny, okay? This is not funny, but I show you that to show kind of his reaction to PCP. I said Debo's chicken coop, but it's the pigeon coop. His brain went to, feeling stuff on him and thinking that he was a pigeon in the pigeon coop. If somebody smoked PCP and they did not know they were smoking, then his mind's going to go to something else. It could be, a number of things. It would just depend on the person and their psychological state and things like that. So if he has, maybe he's a very religious person, and so maybe for him, it could have gone to demonic or something like that. But you saw how he was running in the road and things like that. Could it cause somebody to have the reaction that we saw on the footage? Possibly, but I feel like there's more involved. Hey, Alex. It's not. I remember sitting in circles when I was a teenager. We always passed to the left. I always tell my friends and coworkers, do not get anything from gas stations. They are all synthetic weed, and they almost always cause issues with everyone I know. Yeah, it's not good. You can get it from legitimate stores. You can. All right, this is again about Giovanni.
This happens.
Yeah.
We're in Manatee County, close to State Road 70. Zachary, the driver, pulls the car over onto the side of the road on the shoulder, the northbound I-75 on the east shoulder of State Road 70. Jalen and Zach are in the front seats, and they hear that Giovanni has a knife. And we know that he always carried a knife. He had two knives. He had a folding pocket knife, and he had a blade, but this knife was still in the sheath. Never took it out.
So Giovanni is supposedly starting to panic in the backseat of this car, this Malibu, possibly a reaction to the marijuana that he ingested, and could be something else. Police are still trying to work out the exact details on that. By the way, they're still awaiting toxicology results. But Zach, Jalen, and Latrell, they claim that Giovanni basically freaks out and then starts running into traffic.
Now, they're probably going to show the video on here too, but if they don't, I will show it to you before we move on to our next topic.
They said that Giovanni gets out of the car and begins running southbound in the southbound lanes of I-75. They see him in the middle of the northbound lanes and almost get hit by a truck. This is the last time they see him. He left behind his backpack and cell phone. So they took that and placed it onto the side of State Road or I-75 at State Road 70 at the entrance ramp on the east side. At 2:26 a.m., Latrell calls his grandfather to let the grandfather know that Giovanni got out of the car.
Okay. Kelly says I-75 is the interstate, not just the highway, the interstate. You don't stop on the interstate unless you're broke down. I agree with that. If you are in a vehicle and somebody's like tripping and they're like, I'm a demon and I'm going to kill you, and they have a knife in their hand, whether it's in the sheath or not, you might get scared enough to pull the vehicle over even on the interstate. And it was like 2:18 in the morning. So traffic might not have been as bad except for, like truckers driving through. It is very dangerous. I agree.
At 2:27, Latrell calls Bridget, Giovanni's mother, but there's no answer. We know that they continue northbound on I-75. We have them stopping at the Flying J truck stop in Hillsborough County off the I-4, and you can tell by their phones that they eventually make it home to Brevard County.
I know, just a wild story, but this is one that we wanted to cover. This is one we want to stay on top of. And the reason we can do that, the reason we can really do a deep dive into stories like
they're going to do a commercial. Did they ever try to call him back? And why didn't they call, like, you just leave your cousin on the side of the road being from a whole different state? That's your family, and you're just going to roll out and leave him on the side of the road like nobody tried to talk him down? Hey, Kalisa. Well, you need to call 911, sweetheart, and get there, even if somebody won't give you a ride.
Cousin calls Bridget, doesn't get an answer, lets his grandfather know what's going on. But based on everything we've seen so far, they don't apparently call the police, and they don't stick around to make sure Giovanni's okay. They allegedly just drive back several hours to Brevard County. Now, some of
just leaving him on the side of the road. And Ava Sim said, in fact, if in fact that was Giovanni, it would appear he was running from someone, perhaps a threat, in my opinion. Autopsy would show if he drowned by water being inhaled into his lungs, or if he was deceased before he went into the water. And that's what I need to know.
Giovanni's family and friends, they noted on social media Tuesday that the cousin had a duty of care to Giovanni and that he shouldn't have abandoned him. Now, the second time that Luttrell calls Bridget, this is hours later, according to the sheriff's office, she picks up.
At approximately 6:50 a.m., Luttrell calls Bridget again. She answers, and he gives her the information on what transpired that night.
I think so, Miss North.
At 7:13, Bridget calls the Manatee County Sheriff's Office to look for Giovanni on I-75. She says, from the 911 call that we collected, I received some missed calls from my son this morning. He was being picked up by a relative, and I was told that they left him on the side of the highway. That there was some type of an altercation and a knife was involved. She asked if a deputy could do a wellness check and make sure that he's okay.
And Bridget gives the information she has so far to a 911 dispatcher.
She states, so I'm getting this from people who were there. He said they were in the car, and I guess they had given my son some weed, and my son doesn't normally do any drugs. I guess they had given him some weed, and then he started to freak out and said he wanted to get out of the car. And they were like, hey, just calm down, thinking maybe it was the drugs he was taking. They kept saying, calm down and everything will be okay. And then I guess he got out of the car to go to the bathroom, and that's when I received the text saying, Mom, help, in that time frame, she said. And then he said that he continued to freak out and didn't know what was going on. They left him behind on I-75.
And just rolled out. He's not even from Florida. He's from North Carolina. This teenager has no freaking idea where he's at. Meeting cousins for the first time that he's never met before. And those cousins just leave him on the side of the fucking highway and roll out? Like, I would beat their ass. I would beat their damn ass. That's not acceptable. You don't do that, especially to family. And they're out of state. No, hell no. Hell no. It just, I don't like it.
Bridget is heading northbound on I-75 to try to locate her son. A deputy responds to that area, but finds no pedestrian on the interstate.
Okay, and so around this time, that is when Giovanni's backpack with his cell phone inside is found. But I'll tell you what, it was the act of a good Samaritan that actually sent Bridget, again, Giovanni's mother, on a bit of a wild goose chase. Take a listen.
At 7:21, a truck driver who was checking the load on his truck, it's a sod truck, pulls off in that same area on the east side of I-75, northbound, sees the backpack, picks it up. He travels to Tampa with the backpack. Bridget sees that the phone is moving, but does not know that it's a truck driver that actually has the bag and has the phone. She eventually calls Tampa PD.
So I had to step away to go to the restroom. Donna said, I thought the trucker found the backpack with the phone inside. I thought he did too. That's what we were told before, was that a trucker found his backpack and turned it into the police. Hey, Teresa. Hi, all. It sounds like they left him and didn't call because they didn't want to get in trouble for doing something illegal. But I think marijuana is legal there. I wonder what illegal thing they would have like been doing to where they wouldn't have called somebody, you know?
And an officer responds to the area where the truck driver was doing some work, recovers the cell phone and the bag.
Okay.
Now remember, all of this information is being relayed from one jurisdiction to another. So there's a lot of agencies being involved in this. Luttrell had traveled from Brevard County to Charlotte County to pick Giovanni up, then allegedly left him on the side of the road in Manatee County. So there was a lot of coordination that had to happen. And according to law enforcement, Zach, Jalen, and Luttrell, they were all cooperative during the course of this investigation so far.
At 9:28, Charlotte County Sheriff's Office opened a missing person case. And we also learned that Charlotte County reached out to Brevard County Sheriff's Office. And they were instrumental in interviewing all the passengers in the vehicle and as this investigation unfolded.
So, yeah, I think he called his mom while he was still in the vehicle or when he got out of the car. But he sent a text message to her that said, "Mom, help." And then he tried to call her. And he also tried to call his aunt or his great aunt. It was an aunt of some sort. And they received phone calls. But I swear they first said at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And if it's 2:18 when he's going on this camera footage that they'll play in a minute or I'll play if they don't play it. I mean, that's, if he's going into that pond at 2:18 in the morning, how did he call at 3 o'clock or almost 3 o'clock in the morning? Unless I've got my time wrong, which could be true. Like, it could be possible. I could have times mixed up. I could have misheard. So don't take that, don't etch that in stone.
They voluntarily give Brevard County the vehicle, the white Malibu that they were in. Brevard County processes the vehicle and finds no foul play, no blood, nothing, no evidence whatsoever inside that vehicle. Charlotte County reaches out to us once again to check to see if Giovanni had been admitted to any hospitals or possibly was arrested. And there was no sign of Giovanni in our system. On Monday, August 4th, Charlotte County requests the assistance of the Manatee County Sheriff's Office as they search the area that the trail says they dropped off Giovanni on I-75. They do.
So Kalisa, that's true, but not North Carolina to Florida. That would be the same time. But Cindy from sunny South Florida said that he had called earlier than what I thought. So I appreciate that correction.
Do an extensive search east of the interstate and wooded areas on both sides of State Road 70 and find nothing. On Tuesday, August 5th, Charlotte County comes back to Manatee County along with a volunteer team that have good cadaver dogs. Also, the Charlotte County Aviation Unit was flying overhead. We had 3 of our detectives assisting them with searching the areas that they wanted to search that day. After about 4.5 hours, they told our detectives that they're not really sure that Giovanni is in this area. Now, why is that important? We know that he got out of the car on River Road before he got onto I-75. So as investigators, they're starting to think maybe he never made it to State Road 70. Now, I can't speak for the Charlotte County detectives. I can't speak for Sheriff Permel, but they know that backpack was there, but there's no sighting of Giovanni in that area at this time.
And something else to point out here, during this very, very critical period, it's not just deputies, it's canine handlers, it's drone operators, it's helicopter pilots. They're all looking for this 18-year-old. They're all looking for Giovanni. And his family had launched search parties as well, spreading out across the state to cover every possibility. But unfortunately, and a sad turn of events and something that we mentioned on a previous sidebar, Giovanni's body would be found back where it all started, on the side of I-75 in a retention pond.
On Friday, August 8th, at about 3:15 p.m., Manatee County Sheriff's Office receives a call about a body located in a pond right off of I-75 at the exit ramp to State Road 70. We learned that a friend of the family had been searching the area and had located the body. I sent my entire homicide team out there along with their sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and major to process this scene. The medical examiner investigator also responds to help with the processing of the body.
According to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, it is believed that Giovanni's body had only recently floated to the top of the water, so that's why searchers hadn't seen him at first glance. But not long after the remains were found, despite authorities not officially saying it was Giovanni, they did release information saying there didn't appear to be any bodily injuries.
Okay, so we have people that are searching for him. He got dropped off literally right by the retention pond, and you're going to tell me that, oh, we couldn't find his body because when you happened to come upon the retention pond, his body had finally floated to the top. Like, I no, that's not going to work for me. Searchers are trained to search for bodies that could be underwater. Like, we didn't do any of that. Oh, we searched the retention pond? No, the fuck you didn't. Not if the family goes out there and finds their child floating, because and your excuse is he just recently floated to the top. Absolutely, I don't like that. I don't like this story at all. All in tanks, good to see you, said it's getting laced with everything you can imagine nowadays when you get it from the street. Yep. It is sketchy. Yep. Yeah, my husband works, and MSHA comes in all the time, and you're talking about freaking $20,000, $30,000 to $100,000 fines, especially if something happens. I don't know, man. It's really sad because the fact that that they're trained searchers and they didn't search that pond correctly, the family found their loved one like that. Like, that's unacceptable to me. Hey, Sandra, in Florida, the voter turned down legal marijuana. It's only medical. We don't want it legalized. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Bitchy said, I'm thinking maybe the cousins were on parole and being drug tested and maybe underage, so buying synthetics. Maybe. I think they were on probation, if I remember correctly from the documents.
We do a deep x-ray, a scan of the body. The ME does that night. There's no signs of any trauma to the body. There's no indication that he was shot. There's no indication that he was stabbed. There's nothing at that time that helps us determine cause of death. On Saturday, August 9th, detectives and crime scene techs go back out to the scene. They conduct another thorough investigation of the area, search of the area. Our drone unit also flew over the pond and the surrounding area, but didn't find anything of any value.
Hey,
On
Abraham.
Sunday, the District 12 medical examiner performed an autopsy of the body. Preliminary indication was no signs of trauma or foul play, but the cause of death is still undetermined.
So what do we have?
Okay, so yeah, what do we have? The cause of death is undetermined. He had no wounds, no gunshot, no stab, no nothing. And if the cause of death is undetermined, that means there was no water in his lungs. So what the fuck happened?
Giovanni's remains, they were finally identified using dental records, and deputies interviewed the men who'd been inside the Chevy Malibu that night, and sheriffs in at least 2 different counties said the Brevard County family has been helpful and responsive to the investigation.
My detective.
I wanted to show y'all that. Let me write down 1808. I wanted to show y'all, we pulled that up on the last live stream we did about him. There's his memorial thing. He's so handsome in that little Carhartt beanie. I think he's just adorable. And it says, in loving memory of Giovanni Pelletier, gone from our sight, but never from our hearts.
Giovanni's cousin, Jalen, Latrell, and Zach, and we request that they interview again with us. They do so freely. We respond to Brevard County and we interviewed the three. They give us the exact same story that they gave Brevard County.
So Manatee and Brevard counties, Abraham, it's good to see you, love.
They also agreed to come back to Manatee County to help us pinpoint exactly where they pulled off the side of the road and where Giovanni got out of the car.
And I will tell you, in a groundbreaking development, according to Sheriff Rick Wells, deputies were able to pinpoint Giovanni's location on traffic cameras. Although the picture is grainy and unfocused, Sheriff Wells says Giovanni can be seen in traffic, at one point even almost getting hit by a truck.
Point him out right here. He's coming eastbound now. He's walking back westbound. And there's a concrete barrier right here. And down here is where the pond is. So then we continue to check cameras. And we get lucky at a Lowe's.
Okay, wait a
which
minute.
is located coming eastbound. Now he's walking
Watch
back
right here.
westbound.
I saw
And there's
somebody,
a concrete
something moving
barrier
like
right
this.
here. And down here is where the pond is.
Hold on a minute.
So then we continue to check cameras.
Right there.
And we get lucky
You see it?
at a Lowe's, which is located on the west.
Watch right here.
And we get lucky at a Lowe's, which is located on the west side of State Road 70. We have a camera that's pointing at the embankment now that he comes down at 2.
Okay, so this breaks it down easier. Those of you who haven't seen the video footage will see it again. I'm upset with how grainy it is because it could be a freaking Yeti, and the camera footage they're about to show you, he's like in the pixels and then not. It looks like he's damn jumping from universe to universe, like some kind of portal shit. I don't know. I don't like it. But the footage we see where he's running towards the pond right here is from the Lowe's camera, and the Lowe's is right here. So they're saying just now that there was a concrete barrier. I think it's this one over here. Like they come on the highway, dropped him off, and then he's going across traffic because they talk about a concrete barrier. Unless it was like up here, he's going across traffic. No, he's running, so it's got to be down here. So he comes across here like this and then is like running, or either he runs at an angle like that, or he comes across and then goes that way. But the Lowe's camera, that's where the Lowe's is that picked him up.
19 a.m. Play that there.
Okay, it's up here.
I want you to stay focused right here.
And then they'll zoom in. We get footage where it's zoomed in. Maybe we can see it better this way. I don't know. Yeah, that was it. You barely saw anything. Watch. He's like there and he disappears.
Now that's a steep embankment. It's coming down there almost like an uncontrollable sprint. If you ever gone down a hill, you know what I'm talking about.
But why is he running like that? Why is he running like that? I know, Anders. Like, what the fuck is going on? And what is he running from? They do, don't they, Tom? Look at that.
Now that's a steep embankment. It's coming down there almost like an uncontrollable sprint. Have you ever gone?
And I know what he means. Like, if you're running down a steep hill, that uncontrollable sprint where you're running. But to be running like that, what the fuck are you running from? If you wanted to get out of the car because the marijuana or whatever was making you feel weird and you wanted to get away from the people or whatever, okay, they dropped you off. They gave you your book bag and your phone. You're away from them. So what the fuck are you running from now? Like, have you checked the pond or anywhere for any kind of bullet casings or anything like that? Could they find that kind of stuff in a retention pond? Like, was he being shot at? Because I don't understand. Like, it doesn't make sense that he's running like that. He's out of the car. He's away from danger. What does he have to run from? Unless they're shooting at him or something. That's funny a little bit. Hey, Weather Rains. Time intervals? Are you talking about like where he disappears? Teresa, that's a good point. I wonder if the police cleaned up the footage but are keeping it to themselves. It's possible. Smart ass said they couldn't get a license plate from that crappy camera. They can't get shit from it. Yeah, the tox report will tell a lot. Oh, really? Carr said, I just looked into it, and there are homeless camps along I-75 in Manatee County. So maybe somebody was chasing him? Cindy said, it may be pure panic and adrenaline. I suspect he tripped or fell into the pond and drowned. But they don't have a cause of death. Like, if he tripped and fell in the pond and drowned, wouldn't there be water in his lungs? You know? He couldn't have been freaking out. He could have been, yeah, he could have been. They're doing a toxicology, but we haven't got it back yet. I wonder if he ran into a camp and got spooked. Maybe. It's like the radar, the camera gets pictures of certain seconds. Okay, that makes more sense. Hey, Ever Love Me. The cousin said he just started freaking out. Breaks happen from drug use, right? So maybe it was in his mind. Right, and they're talking about he's some kind of demon or whatever, but I don't understand what made him, I mean, unless he's freaking out and having a psychotic break and running, but even then we don't have a cause of death, like drowning. That might make more sense if he's freaking out, fell into the pond, bumped his head or something. But there's no, I mean, if there was water in his lungs, then the cause of death would be drowning, right? Like, there's no cause of death yet. The toxicology report, when it comes back, will tell us a lot, but I mean, we should know more. Hey, Strada and Vicky the Leo, good to see you. If he had water in his lungs, they would have said that. Right, exactly. Well, no, I mean, I know they haven't released the toxicology, but the officer that's speaking right now just said they didn't have a cause of death, that he didn't have any stab marks, no gunshot wounds or anything, and they didn't have a cause of death, from what I understand.
Down the hill, you know what I'm talking about. But the pond is right here at the edge of that embankment. I mean, the important thing that I want you to see, there's no one chasing him. There's no one around him. In fact, when he's coming down that embankment, the vehicle is 2 miles away.
The vehicle's 2 miles away, so it doesn't make sense that he's running from them. Now, Kimmy said, I think he was running across the highway to avoid being hit by a car or a truck and didn't expect that incline, and it caused him to trip. That makes sense, and it would explain why he's sprinting like that. If we go back, let me write down where we're at right now. 2037. Okay. If we go back to the map, okay, this shows it better. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to play this again real quick. Hold on just a minute.
And we get lucky at a Lowe's, which is located on.
Okay, right there. Now I've got it better. Okay, so if he's running across traffic, let's say he's running from over here, and he talks about this barrier. I think this whole thing right here is a concrete barrier. Okay, so he's running across traffic, and then he gets right here, across the barrier or whatever, and then you have that steep decline down into the little pond area right there. Yeah, I think that's very possible. If he's running, trying not to get hit, and then hits where it starts going down real fast, yeah, it could make him trip and end up in the pond. But then why wouldn't they say that they're, oh, I'm sorry, y'all couldn't see it. Let me do that again. If he's running across traffic right here or up here, and then he hits that incline and it starts going down after he's running at a full sprint across the road, yeah, it could make him end up in this pond right here where he was found. But why wouldn't they say there was water in his lungs and that was his cause of death? I don't know, Donna, if he had a medical condition such as asthma. Maybe, yeah, he could have had an asthma attack and died. Could someone suffer a heat stroke on LSD or an hallucinogen? Maybe. Maybe. All right, we'll go back to where we were, 2037. I'll play the video, the rest of the little video footage, and then we'll go back to where we were.
The west side of State Road 70, we have a camera that's pointing at the embankment now that he comes down at 2:19 a.m. Play that, Ben. And I want you to stay focused right here.
There he is, running. There's the guardrail. So he jumped the
Now
guardrail
that's a steep embankment.
and is running, arms flailing.
He's coming down there almost an uncontrollable sprint. If you've ever gone down a hill, you know what I'm talking about. But the pond is right here at the edge of that embankment. I mean, the important thing that I want you to see, there's no one chasing him. There's no one around him. In fact, when he's coming down that embankment, the vehicle is 2 miles away.
Yeah.
So there's no one in this area with
Maybe.
Giovanni. There's no one that's chasing him. He's by himself. And what we don't know is what happened when he hit that pond. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. The death is undetermined. So we know that we don't have anyone that comes down that embankment after him. They don't look for him. He's there, we believe, until he was located by the family friend on Friday.
Okay. Yeah. So 420 Angel, the cousins admitted to smoking weed with him. And he had said, I haven't been able to smoke because of court back in North Carolina. So yeah, I'd like to smoke. And then we're thinking it was laced with something. Hey, Jamie Cook. Jamie said he's running like the kids from the movie Weapons. Yeah, it's sad. Cara said, I think he possibly saw some people from the camps, was hallucinating and kept running. Maybe. Robin, good to see you. He texted, Mom, help me. He knew something was wrong. Yeah, and then he tried to call her and the aunt or great aunt. It was one of the aunts. But I just don't understand how, if that's what happened, the cause of death wasn't drowning. It was still undetermined. Like, even if he hit his head, it would have showed some kind of head trauma or brain hemorrhage or something, I would think.
The 8th.
Mm-hmm.
We really don't know what happened once he got into the pond. And once again, anything that I say would be pure speculation. We're still waiting for the ME to determine the cause of death, and we're also still waiting for the toxicology. So we don't have all the answers. We know this is the last sighting of him that night.
So for now, investigators are awaiting toxicology reports to come back, which could take the next few weeks. But from there, the cause of death could potentially be determined, which would obviously provide a lot more answers to this puzzle. And to be clear, no charges have been filed in connection to this case. We'll keep a very careful eye on it. That's all we have for you right now here.
Okay. So Miss North said, well, he didn't drown. So he could have been out cold at the edge of the pond and then slid in after he passed. Yeah, it also, you made me think it doesn't make sense that he was found in the pond. Like, that's what made me think that the cousins put him in the pond. Like, they dropped his book bag and phone off by the edge of the road and then put him in the pond after something happened in the car and he died in the car. But now we have this camera footage that shows him running towards the area. But even if he did hit his head, or something to that effect, how did he end up all the way in the pond? Unless he like jumped in the pond. And if that was the case, there would be water in his lungs. I know, he is so gorgeous. He was such a beautiful child. Hey, top flight to you, Bish. Fentanyl, maybe. Nice to meet you. I found a YouTube video that says Bradenton is dangerous and shows some homeless camps, arrest, and random crime there. Not sure you want to look. Oh, goodness. There was no people after him, and they were miles away from him when he ran down the steep hill with the pond beneath his ending. Yeah. Well, he was found at the edge of the pond. That means they didn't search very good. Yeah. I mean, and again, what's going on with our law enforcement? Okay. I appreciate that, Cara. I don't know. I'm going to wait until we get the toxicology report back on that, and we'll revisit it then. I don't know what to think about that. It's really upsetting to think. I mean, I don't know what happened. All right, we're going to talk about Austin Drummond real quick, and then we'll go to Emmanuel. There's a lot out on Austin and Emmanuel. So we're at 139. Y'all, I heard about this, what Austin Drummond is saying happened, and it changes the whole entire case. Like, everything just got blown out of the damn water, y'all, because of what he's saying. Let me see. Okay.
This morning, an accused mass murder.
Gracious, hold on.
This morning, an accused mass.
God almighty. Hold on, y'all. I don't know how to turn it down. All right, y'all, let me give you a warning. This is going to be really loud, evidently, because, like, they're screaming into the freaking thing. So go ahead and turn your
Murderer charged in the shooting deaths of.
Lord Jesus. Okay, go ahead and turn your headphones down if you have headphones in, and I'm going to click it again right now. Oh, hold on. It's not pulled up. Sorry.
Is speaking. Murderer charged in the shooting deaths of.
Lord Jesus. Hold on. I'll get it together in just a minute. There we go.
This morning, an accused mass murderer charged in the shooting deaths of 4 people is speaking out in his own defense. This is the first time we've heard from Austin Drummond. This after we spoke with him exclusively from his jail cell where he's being held in Obion County, Tennessee. Now, Drummond, of course, we all followed this story, was arrested on August 5th for quadruple murder over in Lake County. He was on the run for nearly a week, making national news and terrorizing communities in the northwest part of the state. Drummond right now locked up without bond, and prosecutors say they will be seeking the death penalty. But he says he did not kill the 4 victims. Drummond confirmed he did become a member of the Vice Lord gang during a prior prison stint. Once he got out, he said he was approached by prosecutors and then became a confidential informant for months, assisting authorities, including the FBI, undercover to help crack down on drug smuggling into jails and.
Okay, now if we go back to talking about Brandon Powell, remember Brandon Powell? He got busted, Fat Box the God. He got busted, right? Dropping stuff off in the prison yard. And they talk about at Fat Box the God's hearing that he got busted delivering stuff with the drones into the prison yard, and that somebody else was driving the vehicle. They talk about, I'll have to pull up the news footage of that, the news thing. Let me try to pull that up. Hold on. Hold on. WBBJ. Yeah, okay. So remember this, okay, from Fat Fox to God, right? Crockett County, Tennessee. Wednesday night, a Bells Patrol officer conducted a traffic stop on a vehicle heading westbound on 412. Director of West Tennessee Drug Task Force, Johnny Carter, stated that upon the traffic stop, one person got out and ran away on foot, while the driver pulled off but eventually came to a stop. Quote, there was still the driver in the vehicle. The Bells police officer stayed with the vehicle, detained the driver, and called for additional backup units to arrive. He also called us and asked for the Drug Task Force's assistance, said Carter. Brandon Powell was taken into custody. And again, that's fat box to God. Carter stated that they came to help track the other suspect who ran away. During that tracking process, we discovered the backpack that he fled with. It had 1 pound of vacuum-sealed marijuana in the backpack, said Carter. But he stated that the car had even more. And then we saw all of, the money, the PSP, the weed, all of the stuff that Austin Drummond had in his jail cell. Well, then when they went to court, we were notified that Austin Drummond was the one in the vehicle that got away on foot. And then also when Brandon went to court, they stated that Austin Drummond had notified the police of what was going on. So we knew already that Austin Drummond was a confidential informant. And if you guys need me to pull that back up for you, I can. Okay, so we kind of knew, because I remember when we were talking about Austin Drummond and going over those hearings, I was like, wait a minute, what? And I played it back a couple of times, and I remember them saying that Austin Drummond basically informed the police that Brandon Powell was the one that he was with, and he was in the vehicle with him, and that he was the one delivering substances behind the jail with the drones onto the prison yard. So, I mean, we already knew that he was a confidential informant, right? So that checks out. Now I'm going to continue playing the video. Hold on. Yeah, knew there were drugs, right? Hey, Marcia. Wait, did that just say Austin was an informant working with the feds? Yes, ma'am, Mrs. North. Yes, ma'am. Oh, it's not even, listen. Just listen.
Prisons helping.
Love me or hate me.
Oh my God.
This morning, an accused mass murderer charged in the shooting deaths.
I apologize about that. It skipped ahead. I'm so sorry. I'm going to pause it and make sure to keep my mouse where it's at this time. I sincerely apologize. I don't know what's going on with this video right here.
The 4 people is speaking out in his own defense. This is the first time we've heard from Austin Drummond. This after we spoke with him exclusively from his jail cell where he's being held in Obion County, Tennessee. Now, Drummond, of course, we all followed this story, was arrested on August 5th for quadruple murder over in Lake County. He was on the run for nearly a week, making national news and terrorizing communities in the northwest part of the state. Drummond right now locked up without bond, and prosecutors say they will be seeking the death penalty. But he says he did not kill the 4 victims. Drummond confirmed he did become a member of the Vice Lord Gang during a prior prison stint. Once he got out, he said he was approached by prosecutors and then became a confidential informant for months, assisting authorities, including the FBI, undercover to help crack down on drug smuggling into jails and prisons, helping to arrest dealers, crooked cops, and gang member leadership. Then in recent weeks, in late July, he says he was notified that his cover was blown. And then the 4 people were murdered and he ran.
But they found out I was an informant, and I didn't know. I was afraid.
Okay, now he says that they found out in June or July that he was an informant, right? If we pull up his court hearing, I'll have to find it. I had to find Brandon's court hearing. But they said in that court hearing where they talk about the charges against Brandon Powell, they state that Austin is the one that told them that he was doing these things, right? So they basically snitch Austin out for being a fucking informant. And so he's saying that they found out that he was an informant, and it makes sense because the charge of Brandon Powell that they talk about is it basically says that he was an informant. And so he's telling them basically, allegedly, the real story.
Because I know bad things happened, and I was afraid that because I was an informant, things would go wrong. Things would happen to me.
Now, Drummond admits he did wrong. by running, but he said he was simply scared. Now, he says he is innocent and had no reason to kill the 4 individuals, all of whom he said he considered to be family. Now, I did ask him, if not him, well, who did kill the 4 victims? I also asked him to explain the role the baby that was found left in that car seat alive in Dyer County played. Now, Drummond said at this point, he's not really ready to answer any of those questions, but we are scheduled to talk again. We'll see what he says. Definitely he knows more. Whether or not you believe anything he says is a complete other matter. And I should say, I did speak with the district attorney who said that he is well aware of our conversation with Drummond. It is now recorded. And he said that is now part of the criminal case file. I'm going to have much more on this coming up at 6:30.
Say, once you talk, it's public record now. So this
everything's recorded.
Right. And I guess that would be my question is, okay, so if he's truly an informant, and not only that, but like if he's an informant, why not go to authorities right away? I get he said he's scared, but it's like you would think he would seek some protection if what he's saying is true.
Fair question. Okay. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, we will. All right.
This morning, an accused mass murderer charged in the shooting deaths of 4.
I apologize. I was trying to mute. All right, we're going to go over here and listen to this again because I believe that's where I found out that he was.
All right, now we are going to send you back to that courthouse where we have another one of the suspects who's accused of helping 28-year-old Austin Drummond avoid capture following the accused quadruple murderers. Let's listen in.
A extensive investigation has revealed that Mr. Powell conspired with Mr. Drummond and 3 other individuals to deliver contraband in the penal facility in Lake County, Tennessee.
Okay, right there. Mr. Powell conspired with Austin Drummond and 3 other individuals to deliver contraband to the penal facility. Now, remember, okay, Austin was not connected to that yet. Austin is in prison for the quadruple homicide and the babies. He was not connected to the delivering substances to the prison. It's like the beginning of that. So the only way that they would have connected Austin and the 3 other individuals to doing that was if Austin told, but there was like a part of it that said that Austin told. And I'm going to go back and grab the complaints because I have them and we'll look through them and I'll see what is there. But I swear it says it on a document or in this. I'll play a little bit more of this so we can hear it.
Law enforcement surveillance observed the entire process of the events above. This is a Class E felony, sir. In addition to that, sir, you have 1 count of criminal conspiracy. It's alleged that on the same date and time, based on the same facts or circumstances, it's the same facts of the previous warrant. It's alleged that you conspired Mr. Drummond to deliver these amounts to the Lake County, to the Northwest Correctional Facility in Lake County, Tennessee. General, are these the only charges against Mr. Powell at this time?
Yes, they are.
Okay, is the state intending to move forward with felony charges?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay. Mr. Powell, let me ask you a question, sir. Are you going to be able to hire an attorney to represent you at this time, or would you like the court?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are going to be able to hire an attorney, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, we don't have to continue watching that. I'm going to see if we've got the full hearing. And alleged accomplices appear in court. Let me see.
This morning,
Hold on. I think that was everybody else. That was Tanaka Brown and all of them. Hold on. That might be him right there. Okay.
Okay. We'll do it Friday. Can the state do that day? Now, on the 10 o'clock on the 12th? Okay.
It might not be this
one.
one.
And I'll make them aware of that, but we'll tentatively schedule the 12th at 10 o'clock for Mr. Sanders and Mr. Brown. Mr. Tracy, do you have a date?
So the dates that I have clear, I could do the afternoon of September 2nd.
That's the second hearing. I swear to y'all, I might have to go back to my live streams and show it to y'all, but like we verified that he was an informant. What? Oh, thank you. I don't know how to do that, Miss Scorpio. We'll have to get. we'll have to get together and see how to do that. If anybody knows how to do that, let me know. So I have a Patreon where I drop all of my documents that are not watermarked. And Miss Scorpio gifted two months of memberships, which I really appreciate. I don't know how to give it to somebody though, and that was very sweet of you. I appreciate that. I don't know how to. I don't know how that works. I didn't even know that you have to do that, or that you could do that. So I appreciate that. That was very sweet of you. If I can figure out how to give it to somebody, I surely will. Like if I go back to my live streams, I'll pull this up. I actually started putting chapters in them, so I'll see if we can find it just real quick before we move on, because I know I have it where they talked about him being an informant. Austin's first appearance. Let's see if it's here. I'm looking for. Okay, hold on. Hold on just a minute. Okay, Austin Drummond is 1054. Is it in his court appearance? Let's see if it's in his real quick. It's in the beginning of one of them. We're going to grab this real quick.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Mr. Drummond, we are here this morning to arraign you on these charges. It's my responsibility to notify you of them and what you were charged with. First charge this morning that you have before the court is
we know what
also
the charges are.
While being in possession of Lake Tennessee. During the course of the investigation, it was determined that Mr. Drummond did with premeditation knowingly and intentionally kill Mr. Braden Keith Williams with the use of a firearm. It's alleged he did commit this offense also while being in possession of a firearm after being convicted of a felony, being aggravated robbery in Madison County, Tennessee. He has one count, therefore, first-degree murder and unlawful possession of a firearm. Second charge you have, sir, is first-degree murder and one other count of unlawful possession of a firearm. It's alleged during the course of the investigation that a James Wood felon out of Madison County. In addition to that, sir, you also have one count of first-degree murder and unlawful possession of a weapon. It's alleged that during the course of investigation, officers determined that Mr. Drummond, with premeditation, knowingly and intentionally killed Miss Adriana Williams in Lake County, Tennessee, on Carrington Road. She was discovered from an apparent gunshot wound, deceased. In addition to that, he also is a convicted felon.
I swear we did.
County, Tennessee. You also, sir, have one count of first-degree murder and additional unlawful possession of a weapon. It's alleged during the course of the investigation, officers determined that you did with premeditation knowingly, intentionally kill Miss Courtney Rose with the use of a firearm. She was discovered deceased from apparent gunshot wounds on Carrington Road in Lake County, Tennessee. And it's alleged, in addition to that, sir, as previously stated, you are a convicted felon allegedly from the county of Madison in Tennessee.
So I remember, Monica, that it was at the beginning of either Austin's hearing or Brandon Powell's hearing, but I said, oh my God, he snitched him out. I didn't say, he's a confidential informant, but I was like, oh my God, he snitched him out. And we knew that beforehand. And that's what I was just briefly going over here real quick to see if it's in the beginning. If I can't find it after we listen to this little segment, I'm going to move on and I'll have to find it after the live, either later tonight or in the morning, and then we'll go back over it tomorrow. He snitched Brandon Powell out, and I remember that.
Sorry about that, Mr. Brown. In addition to that, finally, he has one count of aggravated kidnapping and a possession of a firearm during the commission of a dangerous felony. It's alleged that all victims in the case that previously were mentioned were located deceased from apparent gunshot wounds. On the same date, a minor child with the date of birth 12/12/2024 with the initial WW was discovered left in the front of a residence in Dyer County, Tennessee. It states that Mr. Drummond committed the offense of aggravated kidnapping by false imprisonment, which was committed to facilitate the commission of a felony or flight. It's alleged he committed this offense also possessing a firearm during the commission of said dangerous felony when he possessed a firearm. He therefore has those counts. General Goodman, as I say, moving forward with felony charges in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
Mr. Drummond, I'm going to enter a not guilty plea for you at this time on your behalf, being that you did not have counsel appointed or retained to represent you. Are you going to be able to hire an attorney, sir, to represent you, or will you need me to ask you questions about your finances to appoint you an attorney?
I'm not going to be able to hire.
Okay, sir, if you could, to the best of your ability, please raise your right hand for me.
Okay, I'm gonna find it for you guys later, because I remember saying, "Oh my God, he snitched him out," because he snitched out Brandon Powell, or that fucked the God, and I remember saying that. CI's confidential informant, and it was during one of the live streams, so I'm gonna work on finding that later. But I do have an article on that. You just heard where he talks about it. Actually, we'll just grab that. I don't necessarily need to play the read the article, because I've got the audio of it. You figure out where it's at again. Here it is. Got two of them. Okay, hold on just a minute. Oh yeah, this is where he writes it out. So it says, exclusive, accused mass homicider Austin Drummond speaking out about the case against him. This is his first interview since his arrest August 5th for quadruple homicide in Lake County, Tennessee. He was on the run for nearly a week, making national news and terrorizing communities in Northwest Tennessee. How did he and I make contact? A source provided my cell phone number to Drummond, and he called me from where he's being held in the Obion County, Tennessee jail without bond. Drummond is accused of the homicides of James Wilson, Adriana Williams, Braden Williams, and Courtney Rose. James was 21, Adriana was 20. They were the mother and father of Weslyn, the 7-month-old baby that was left in a car seat during a heat wave in Tennessee. Braden Williams was Weslyn's uncle. He was 15, and Courtney Rose was the grandmother. She's 38. Caitlin Speed is Courtney Rose's sister, and Caitlin Speed is allegedly 4 months pregnant with Austin Drummond's son. Continuing with the article, that is 4 counts of first-degree homicide, and prosecutors are seeking the death penalty. So what did Drummond say in this exclusive phone interview, which I did record? Audio clips to come. Here are key points. Drummond revealed he was working as a confidential informant after being approached by prosecutors. He claims to have assisted authorities, including the FBI, undercover to help in their crackdown on drug smuggling into jails and prison, helping to arrest dealers, crooked cops, and gang member leadership. Drummond confirms he became a member of Vice Lord's gang during a prison stint behind bars. He only learned his cover was blown the day of the homicides. Then when the homicides were committed, he ran. Drummond admits he did wrong by running, but he said he was scared. He says he's innocent and had no reason to kill the 4 individuals, all of whom he considered to be family. And remember the Facebook post that we went over way back in the beginning talks about, from the family, says we knew Austin. He was like a son to us. He was very close to our family, and we would have never expected him to hurt anybody, much less people in our family. I remember that post, and I'll work on finding that too. I might have to put this stuff in a video and get it out for you guys. But Drummond does say, without explanation, he was somehow directly involved in the homicides. Now, I did ask him what he knows about how they were killed, and if not him, then who did it. I also asked him to explain the role the baby that was found left in the car seat alive in Dyer County played. Drummond said at this point he's not ready to answer those questions. He definitely knows more. What to believe is another matter, but we will talk again. Not long after hearing from Drummond, I contacted the Lake County District Attorney Danny Goodman Jr. He was already well aware of the conversation with Drummond. All jailhouse phone calls are recorded, and this one is now already part of the criminal case file. General Goodman could not comment specifically yet on what Drummond said. But he did say there's no doubt in his mind that Drummond committed the homicide of the four and there was a clear motive. We may soon learn much more at a preliminary hearing on the case in early September. I did reach out to Drummond's court-appointed attorney, but I have not heard back. More to come. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Hey, Teresa. Wouldn't Ellie have said something at this point since his cover was blown? Well, I mean, they might have said something to him with his cover being blown, but not to the public. No, they're not going to come out and say, I have a confidential informant and his cover is blown. You know what I mean? If he was a confidential informant, why run instead of going to his handler? Liar. I agree. And he even says he shouldn't have ran. Because, and the only thing I can come up with is because he's more involved than he wants to let on, Hey, Blue Jay. Kate says, might depend on how much danger it puts him in if they can confirm it, maybe. I'm thinking it maybe has something to do with Caitlin and being pregnant with his son. Would they have gone after her if he told or something? I don't know. Leaves me with a lot more questions than answers, right? Because we knew what the motive was. It was a drug deal that had gone bad with Matthew, Westland's father, that he committed the homicide on, right? And then allegedly Austin Drummond took Matthew out there to make the drop in the prison yard because they were all working together. And the gang had ordered the hit on Matthew because a drug deal had gone bad. So he killed Matthew, but Courtney Rose, Adriana Williams, and Braden Williams were also there. So he had to kill them to leave no witnesses. Like I had that etched in stone until this morning when I heard this. YouTube Bad Actor said, isn't that going to get him killed just saying that? Yeah. If he's in the same prison system or goes back to that, yeah. Makes sense. It's crazy that I might believe this. The way the family all came together in a random spot makes me wonder. Yeah, and the random spot was down there where they make the drops for the prison yard with the drones. Oh, yeah, Vice Lords immediately greenlit him. He's definitely greenlit. Definitely greenlit. Barcia said he's not ready to speak on the baby because he didn't put that into his plan of lies. You think so? His lawyer is going to have to prove to the court these allegations are true. I have my suspicions that they're not. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think at this point. It left me with a lot more questions than answers. I can tell you that. All right. Now let's talk about Emmanuel, because a lot came out about that as well. Let me get some of my stuff pulled up. Okay, this one is it's a new article I found about it, but probably from yesterday. I have some news that just broke right before I came live. You think he's grasping for straws? He only had time to think, so I don't feel he was prepared for anyone asking about the baby. Yeah? He's got to have police documentation backing some of the stuff if he worked with the feds. And I'm thinking if he said that he did, that he probably does have the documentation to prove he was working with the feds. I believe if he was a CI, he wouldn't say so, just me. Well, at this point, if your cover's blown and it's the only way to save your ass, maybe. All right, so this talks about the vehicle. It says investigators seize car belonging to father of missing 7-month-old California baby as search continues. So waiting for the ad. Looks like there might be two. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. So it's not going to do that. Hold on. Okay. The car belonging to the convicted criminal father of a missing 7-month-old Southern California boy was seized as evidence by investigators after authorities revealed inconsistencies with the tale of the child's kidnapping, according to reports and authorities. Jake Haro's car was taken in as evidence on Tuesday by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department in the missing person case of his infant son, Emmanuel Haro, KTLA reported. Haro and his wife, Rebeka Haro, are believed to be new persons of interest in the case after several inconsistencies were revealed in the story of little Emmanuel's kidnapping. Rebeka told police she was attacked by an unknown man who said hola and snatched the child while she was changing his diaper in the parking lot in Yucaipa last Thursday. Search warrants have also been served on the family's home in Cabazon, including for text and computers, and cadaver dogs are being used to sniff for signs of the missing boy, the outlet reported. A large amount of surveillance video is additionally being reviewed from the areas of interest, the department said. Jake Haro has served past jail time for child cruelty and is currently on probation for those charges after he was convicted and jailed in 2023. He's also facing additional charges for weapons possession, according to court records. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, which quickly deployed police dogs and helicopters in a desperate search for the infant, revealed Saturday that Rebeka had stopped speaking with authorities after she was confronted with inconsistencies in her story. This prompted the department to issue a chilling update to their search Saturday, saying investigators were unable to rule out foul play in the disappearance of Emmanuel. As questions about the couple swirled, Uvalde Foundation for Kids, which launched its own search effort and put up a $5,000 reward for information leading to Emmanuel's safe return, withdrew its team members and called off the reward just a day after announcing it. Suspicion about the couple's tale grew further as alarming details emerged about the criminal history of Emmanuel's father, Jake, who just last week pleaded with the alleged kidnapper on ABC7, quote, "We just want him back, keep him safe, don't hurt him," unquote. Haro, 32, served 6 months in jail for willful child cruelty in 2023, stemming from an October 2018 incident in Hammett, California. The Haros have at least 2 other children, but it was not immediately clear who the victim was. We talked about that. While we're talking about that, I'm going to go over to this. Hey, Sunflower. Really? I didn't know that happened. All right, I'm going to show y'all something real quick, and it's going to be very, very triggering. So I'm going to put this up. Okay. So I was shown, we're going to talk real quick about these 3 screenshots that I have. First, we're going to talk about the surveillance cameras, and we'll go right back to the article in just a second. I grabbed this, and it reads, I went to the Big 5 where the fake kidnapping was staged in the Emmanuel Haro case. I was told by an employee that the parents, hold on, Matthew, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that. Matthew said, no normal parents would act like these 2, and I can't post my thoughts on the father. I would get banned. Lord knows, I couldn't agree more. Any normal parent that's missing a child is going to cooperate with authorities. They're going to do the lie detector test to get that out of the way and say, you know, I'll cooperate with whatever you need. Do whatever you got to do to clear me so that we can find my child. We've got to find my child. And yeah, we talked about the charges of the father yesterday, and I'm about to show you a picture that's just absolutely awful. I have, and we're going to talk about that as well. So it says, I went to the Big 5 where the fake kidnapping was staged in the Emmanuel Haro case. I was told by an employee that the parents did come in asking about surveillance under the premise their car was broken into and they were looking for surveillance. However, I was told it was, quote, earlier in the month, unquote. I was also told that the surveillance cameras on the jewelry shop did have a view of the vehicle. There are actually 2 cameras on the corner of the roof. I took a picture and pointed them out. I also did the drive from the football practice to the Big 5, and they will be able to track her entire way. I'll post that video in a little bit, and we'll go over there and see if he's posted it yet. So right there is the camera on the jewelry store that could have got them. Okay, now I'm going to give y'all a really big trigger warning because this is going to be hard to look at, but this is a picture of the baby after what he did. So there she is in the hospital. Look how little she is, y'all. My God. It's awful. I'll grab that video real quick. I wanted y'all to see it, but I don't want to. I mean, I kind of want to like play it so y'all can see it and then be done with it because it's really, really freaking upsetting. Let me pull it up. Okay. Hold on. Yes, she was 10 weeks old, 2.5-month-old baby, y'all. Hey, Tiffany. So here's the video. This is somebody's TikTok video.
Kidnapped on Thursday.
Hold on.
If you've been following the case of Emmanuel Haro, the 7-month-old baby whose mother reported that he was kidnapped on Thursday, August 14th at a Big 5 retail store in Yucaipa, California, you are not ready for what I'm about to tell you. I think everybody knows by now that his father, Jake, was convicted in 2023 of willful child cruelty from a 2018 charge involving his 10-week-old daughter. Well, this is that daughter. So look, it says here on October 13th, 2018, Haro and Avina, that was his wife at the time, their 10-week-old daughter was admitted to the hospital where she had an acute or new fractured rib, 6 ribs with healing fractures, a skull fracture, brain hemorrhage, swelling of the neck, and a fractured leg bone that was healing. He blamed Vanessa for the baby's injuries, and they were both arrested and charged. The baby girl ended up going to one of Vanessa's cousins who has her to this day. She actually ended up adopting her. Now, when she was born, Jake and Vanessa named her Carolina Rose, but after the cousin got her, she renamed her to Promise Faith.
Look, Jesus. I'm glad that the mother doesn't have that precious baby anymore, but my God. Yeah, I'm going to play this video one time and then we're going to move on from it. God, that is, my God, my God.
Just going to show you guys a few pictures of her. It's just heartbreaking.
Oh my God.
Another one. Promise turned 7 on July 31st. Jesus. And let me tell you how Jake's beating has affected her life. As you can see, she has a tracheostomy tube. She's blind. She can't walk. She can't talk. The cousin said she has about 3% brain function left, and she's 100% dependent for all cares. Now, I was informed that Vanessa did drink while she was pregnant with her, but despite that, she was born healthy. She didn't have any problems until she was beaten. Now, this little boy is named Carlos, but his original name was Jake Haro II. He's Jake and Vanessa's older child, and the cousin has custody of him, too.
So, Jake Jr., the cousin has custody of, and I'm glad she renamed them. Yeah, he needs to be dead. How was he allowed around children and all after this? My God. Hey, Gigi. I don't know. Hey, Carolina. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. How the fuck did somebody let him? And I mean, I understand he had children afterwards, but he's on probation for what he did to her. Like, how is it that nobody knew that he had children if they didn't, and that he was around children again? This is absolutely disgusting. That poor child, that poor little girl right there was born healthy and happy. And that's what that monster did to her at fucking 2.5 months old. If he would have done time in Florida, they would have dealt with him properly. No doubt. I wish that he would get street justice. You can ask for that here. Hell, I might carry it out myself. Why is he free? Why is he around children? The children should have been taken from him after birth. Exactly. Exactly. Like, how the fuck? I'm so mad.
He was born with fetal alcohol syndrome. And let me add, the 2-year-old child that was removed from Jake and Rebeka's home, the cousin has that child as well. And look, I want to show you guys this. This is from when the cousin and her husband adopted Promise.
So, nothing. I'll get it in a minute. Thank you. So here they are at the courthouse celebrating adopting Promise, and I'm assuming the other little boy, Jake, that they renamed. So it says 4 years and 10 days later, our adoption is finalized. Look at her in her little white dress.
And before anybody says anything, because I didn't blur faces out, she gave me permission to post this. Going back to
Tammy.
Emmanuel, I don't understand how a man can practically kill their 10-week-old baby and not get serious prison time and remarry and have more kids that aren't immediately taken by CPS.
Exactly.
I mean, I feel like this is once again a system fail. And after hearing the details about Promise,
Yep.
I'm convinced more than ever that they know exactly what happened to Emmanuel and where he is.
Oh, yeah.
I just want to say, I think the cousin and her husband are such amazing, wonderful people for taking these children and giving them the best life they can possibly have.
Absolutely. So I wanted to share that with y'all, and it's one of the worst, if not the worst, things I've ever looked at and seen. But I felt we needed to know that. And keep in mind, what Emmanuel's 7 months old, if he's not being taken to the doctor, does he have healed fractures and things? Like, what's going on with the 2-year-old that they removed? Does she have parts of her body that have been fractured or broken that have healed over time? Oh my God, I just can't. I can't. And it makes me so much more concerned about Emmanuel and where he's at. I don't know. I've never seen anybody do that to a fucking 2.5-month-old. Yeah, it does. It keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. You think the mom is the Patsy, Tammy? I know. It's awful. Oh, thank you, Drippy. I thought those who deal with people on probation keep track of things like that. If he was arrested for substances, he would have been tested for that. So why wouldn't this be tracked for his behavior? Exactly. I don't know, and I don't know how he was allowed. Somebody fucked up. Continuing with the article, it reads, he remains on probation from the felony conviction, but has a hearing next month to determine if a pair of weapons charges he picked up last year will land him back behind bars. Last June, Haro was busted in banning and slapped with 2 charges for owning or possessing a firearm and ammunition as a convicted felon and narcotic addict, records state. He pleaded guilty to both new charges. Bobby Chacon, an attorney and former FBI official, told KTLA that the use of cadaver dogs may point to a grim conclusion in the case. Quote, it clearly tells me that they have reason to believe that the child is deceased, unfortunately, unquote. Chacon told the outlet, quote, I think that's the natural assumption, unquote. Emmanuel was last seen wearing a black Nike onesie. He is 24 inches tall, weighs about 21 pounds, has brown hair, brown eyes, and is cross-eyed, authorities said. I cannot with this piece of shit. Okay, we have this one. Hold on, I'm going to pull it up. This one is going to talk about a neighbor speaking, okay? And then we got some interesting things that happened to a neighbor last night. And I'm wondering if it's the same damn neighbor. And we're going to try to figure that out. So this is from News Nation. And we might have a video, but I'll start reading it. It reads, a 7-month-old baby has been missing for 6 days, and neighbors says his disappearance was very suspicious from the get-go. So I'm going to make this wide real quick. Oh my gosh. Never.
Unlike leading competitive models, Incinerator disposal.
A 7-month-old baby has been missing for 6 days, and neighbors say his disappearance was, quote, very suspicious from the get-go. San Bernardino County deputies in Southern California have been searching for Emmanuel Haro since August 14th. His mother, Rebeka Haro, told police she was changing his diaper. Let me refresh this. She was changing his diaper in the parking lot of a sporting goods store when a stranger knocked her out and kidnapped the baby.
She lives in San Bernardino County and went to a vigil for Emmanuel Haro on Sunday night. She says that parents were not at that vigil. Heather, thanks so much for joining us and coming on the show. What's been the community reaction to this mother's story and the police investigation?
The initial reaction was shock because that doesn't happen out here.
So her name is Heather Walker. This is going to be important. Okay.
We'll step in. But now everybody once we saw that firsthand, her interview, everyone was very suspicious from the get-go, and it wasn't adding up. I personally saw the mother, Rebeka, at the day of they were hosting a search party, and I went to do the search party with them, and I just thought it was very strange that she was walking to her car just fine, or a car in the parking lot just fine, and then the news vehicles started coming in, and then she limped away. So at that point, I kind of had a very bad feeling that we weren't searching for a child in the area.
Did you have...
Wait a minute. I need to back that up. I had to step away to get my drink. Happy birthday to your mother, sweetheart. Okay. Oh, Matthew, thank you for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very much for that. I will grab the crazy train and pick you up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Thank you again, Matthew. Kim said, the picture I seen of the little girl, oh my God, and putting the pictures side by side, so very sad. It is. We just looked at it, and it's awful. Y'all see the pictures of this precious baby when he was smiling and waving, fast forward, and now this. Yeah. Okay, I needed to back that up because hey, Sharon, I was trying to hear what she had just said about something. I'm going to back that up just a little bit, about a minute. Okay.
In the parking lot just fine. And then the news vehicles started coming in, and then she limped away. So at that point, I kind of had a very bad feeling that we weren't searching for.
Wait a minute. I'm going to back that up a little further. What news? She said news vehicles came in and she limped away.
If we see something, like, people will step in. But now everybody once we saw that firsthand, her interview, everyone was very suspicious from the get-go, and it wasn't adding up. I personally saw the mother, Rebeka, at the day of they were hosting a search party, and I went to do the search party with them, and I just thought it was very strange that she was walking to her car just fine, or a car in the parking lot just fine. And then the news vehicles started coming in, and then she limped away. So at that point, I kind of had a very bad feeling that we weren't searching for a child in the area.
So she's walking just fine. The news crews pull up, and then she starts limping. Wow. Wow.
Did you have these suspicions before police went public with their suspicions?
Yes, I had it from the get-go. Right when I saw her interview was a
Yeah.
big red flag. Like I said, it just doesn't happen where someone walks up behind you out here, knocks you out, and takes a baby, and no witnesses, and it's a very busy street.
Everybody's found it weird that there was no witnesses. Oh my goodness, Abellis. Thank you so very much for gifting 20 memberships. Wow, that was so very sweet and supportive and amazing of you. Thank you so much, Abellis. Those went to You Can't See Me, Marine Army Wife Flores, Missy T, Whisper Wild Freedom Child, Jessica, Mel 077, Seagar 10, Aiden's World, Jetta Cunningham, Marlena, Sweet Misery, Born to Disobey, Bunny Murphy, Polly Hicks, Donna Kaysen, Barbie CP, Carrie DeWidges, Shelley's Thoughts, Shining Star, Dil Yu Woo Poo, and I think that's it. When I read that one, Kaysen, it reminded me of one of my favorite movies, Girl Interrupted, where they're like, Susanna Kaysen, Susanna Kaysen. Anyway, all right. I'm going to grab the Polar Express to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much, Abellis. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Abellis. I really appreciate that. Hey, Sky Maiden. And I saw somebody said JDR. I saw that too. Why doesn't she have a lawyer? I've been wondering the same thing, why he has a lawyer and she doesn't.
Yeah. Apparently, I know you've spoken to some people who were working at these stores at the time. Did anybody see Rebeka Haro, or more importantly, see the baby?
From what they told me, nobody saw the baby.
They saw her, but not the baby, because that's what we've heard about people who were at the football game that she had been at previously. She said she had left the football game to go buy her other son a mouth guard that he needed to play. That's why she was at the store, she said. But nobody at that football game saw the baby either.
No.
So tell me about the vigil and why it was so important for you to go.
It was important for me to go to be his voice because he couldn't, and his parents obviously weren't.
It's heartwarming to know that people in the community are feeling like they want to stand up for him and be his voice. Teresa, I'm sorry you didn't have your memberships turned on. Make sure you do. They gift quite a bit. It is horrible, isn't it? Vanessa and Jake had both kids they had adopted by a family. I guess, I don't know, some stepson of theirs. I guess his son from a previous relationship. Maybe he still tries to be a part of that Jake Jr.'s life that was renamed Cat with a K. I'm not sure. It is odd. Just Irish said that was a stupid as fuck plan on their part. Yeah, they should have not hurt him. I'm not sure of the confirmation on this, but allegedly this lawyer that Jake has was also his lawyer in previous cases. Yes, he was. I have, if we pull up the court documents, which I can do, it shows his name, which I wrote down yesterday. I'd have to find it though. But his name is on those documents. I've got notes scribbled everywhere. It's on one of these pages, but I'll pull up the document and show it to you in a minute.
Since they didn't even attend that, which I thought was very strange, but
it is.
A lot of our community showed up for the same reason, and that was, to pay our respects and support him, Emmanuel, and be his voice.
Yeah. 7-month-old baby. It's really, really heart-wrenching. Yeah. Heather Walker, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay. So that was the neighbor speaking, right? I think the article is just going to go over what the neighbor said.
1 second, they're a neighbor you like.
Okay. Hold on, sorry. I saw somebody came in. Supine. All the kids in that home have brain damage from beatings and still live there. What is wrong with the system? Lord help us and those sweet babies. I know. I don't understand how he was allowed to have any children at all. It says they've been searching for Emmanuel since she basically lied, in my opinion. Police say Haro declined to be interviewed further when they question the inconsistencies. Residents in Yucaipa say they aren't sure what to think about the case. Quote, the initial reaction was shock because that doesn't happen out here. In Yucaipa, it's very safe and if we see something, people will step in, unquote. Once we saw the firsthand her interview, everyone was very suspicious from the get-go and it wasn't adding up. This part right here, I personally saw the mother, Rebeka, the day they were hosting the search party. I just thought it was very strange that she was walking to her car just fine, and then the news vehicle started coming in and she limped away. Basically, she was walking just fine before the news crews got there, and then she started limping once they did. But referencing the neighbor, Heather Walker. Okay, well, yesterday something very interesting happened to a neighbor. Their house caught on fire. Okay, so I was like, let me share this real quick. This is from JLR, and it shows that a neighbor's house is on fire. Now, this house is allegedly across the street from the Haro's residence, and I want to know if it's Heather Walker's house. Now, they say that the fire was set by two homeless people. But if it's Heather Walker's house, then could it be that somebody got mad and set her house on fire, like Jake paid some homeless people to set her house on fire because she spoke to the news and referenced, how they're feeling about everything, and specifically Rebeka not limping and the news crews showing up and she's all of a sudden limping. I want to know.
Is on their way. As you see, we caught two homeless guys starting as a guy and a girl started a residential fire and took off, and sheriff's department beat on the door. We cannot get anybody to answer the door right now, but we do have identity on the suspects. It looks like there's an RV back there as well that's on fire.
Why are they just standing there looking at it? Like nobody thought to climb over the fence and get back there? Kalisa said, has anyone heard last verified sighting of Emmanuel alive? August 3rd, mom, dad, and 2-year-old seen on video at a funeral, but no baby. No, I don't know when the last time was that the baby was actually seen. It was reported as an abandoned house. Thank you, Angelita, because I was like, this neighbor comes out and speak, and all of a sudden this house is on fire. What the hell?
It's already
This is absolutely crazy, folks. This is across the street from
That's a good
where
question. It looks like there is
Rebeka and Jake live, and the home is on fire. What in the heck is going on here, folks?
I know I got him covered up, but again, this is JLR. I did drop his link in chat. I'm going to pin it at the top. They are, Tiffany.
What in the heck is going on here?
It's going to end up going into that burning the house down now. I mean, it's already started on the house, guys.
I'm going to let it show the house burning down, and then we'll move on because I've got some more information from JLR I want to share with y'all too. Kim said people get mad at the lawyer for helping him, but that's his job, is to defend people. So I don't know how people could be mad at him. I agree. And the fact that it's the same lawyer that he had on previous cases, if he got him out of those other cases, then it would be smart to retain the same lawyer, because that lawyer already knows who you are, and has your information. So, I mean, I think, that would be a normal reaction, in my opinion. Blue Giraffes said, could the baby be in that fire? I don't know. I don't know where the body's at. If that is an abandoned house, yeah, it's possible. That's what I meant. How did this guy know they were homeless? I don't know. All I saw was the very beginning of this. I don't know much about it.
It's a house that is right next door across the street from the Haro family, about the missing kid. Oh, shit.
We had to get this up very quickly.
Oh, it's hitting the house?
At the beginning.
Huh?
This is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. Oh, shit. The house is going, guys.
Watch how quick it burns.
No, it's the house across the street from Jake's house. 2 homeless people set the fire and took off. We got them on video walking away. The house is now fully engulfed, guys.
My wrench said Cuban, while watching the two walk toward the tracks and the bags they were carrying, they looked homeless. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you, Ryan, for asking everybody to hit the like button. They could be, Mercedes. They could definitely be burning evidence. I think that's a concern that everybody's having right now. And the house, I mean, it gets completely engulfed.
No, it's not the dumpster, guys. The dumpster's down the street. They set a trailer on fire, an RV. Now the whole home is fully engulfed. Where is the fire department?
Yeah, where is the fire department?
Guys, this to refrain everybody again. This is not Jake's house. This is not affiliated with the family. The glass just broke in the house. That's Jake's house right there where the missing baby is.
All right, so allegedly he saw the two running away and took video of them. One is female and one is male, in my opinion. I mean, not this many coincidences. I don't think that there could be this many coincidences, Nessa, at all. Those homeless folks may not be homeless much longer.
Yeah, is this coincidental or what, folks?
We don't know what's in this house, guys.
Exactly. That's the problem. God, look how quick.
They was trying to get access in from that gate down there.
Thank you, A to Z. Thank you, Nina.
Yes, we do have the pyros on video. I chased them down the street. They took off across the railroad tracks over there where the fire department's coming from. We chased them down that way and they went across the street and across the railroad tracks and into that field.
So Angelina said it was just a coincidence that it was on the same street. You think so? I think a lot of people are calling bullshit.
Yeah. A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
It could be, though. Honestly, it could be a coincidence. I don't know. I wonder if it has something to do with evidence or the baby, something. Teresa says California is too big for it to be coincidence. Yeah, they'll be residing at the Gray Bar Hotel. I was curious why they jumped to homeless because we have some people around here who aren't homeless but pretend to be to get money. Taxi driver told me he drops him off at home a lot. Oh, wow. Jake should not be out. He should be in prison for life after what he did to the daughter. This would have never happened. I agree. 3 properties were affected. Wow. You think they did this to take attention away from the Haro case? Maybe. No, you're good. Angelina, I don't want you to think I was trying to be rude to you either. News confirmed it had nothing to do with Haro. Okay. Hey, oh, look, a squirrel. Watch the funeral. Someone says, "Where is your baby?" I haven't seen that yet. Okay, so they say that it's
over here on Ramona Street, where these tweakers set a house on fire and caused the whole street to catch on fire.
Let's see. Right there. They run away. I guess that's who was running away.
And somebody has came out and put a justice for Emmanuel right here. Hey, how are you doing? Is this your sign? Oh, okay.
This just hit home. For residents, and it just
You want to tell us, our viewers, what your thoughts are?
just need for justice for the baby, and whatever these parents are going through, they're going through anything emotional or anything mentally or whatever. They just need to know that there's help out there for them. That they shouldn't get left out.
Right.
That is really our insurance, because nobody just goes and supposedly beats anybody up and hits somebody from behind and take a child. That doesn't happen in Yucaipa. I mean, I'm from Redlands. I have family that live in Yucaipa. I shop at that Big 5 in Yucaipa, and that just does not happen.
And a lot of people are asking, how do you get hit from behind and get a bruised eye in the front?
There's no visual marks in the back of her head, and if social media has basically already confirmed that black eye was there from August 3rd and prior to that. And if you see on her other eye, it looks like there was another bruise already there that looks like it was fading away or makeup or anything. And if she was hit from behind, why didn't she go to urgent care? Why didn't she go to the emergency room if you got hit from behind?
Especially to get knocked out.
And then you're going to get up and you're going to run around the building and scream and shout, "Where's my child?" And where's the dirty diaper at?
Yeah.
There was no dirty diaper. So where's the dirty diaper? Where's the evidence of the dirty diaper? Where's the evidence of you?
Well, again, allegedly they caught her as she was trying to change the diaper. So I'm thinking the story, the lie, in my opinion, is that she hadn't had time to take the diaper off of the baby yet when she got hit. Pyro tweakers now, evidently. The night before at 10:30, San Bernardino's detectives pulled out baby clothes possibly related to baby Emmanuel from the dumpster he's referring to. I've heard about that, but I haven't seen it yet.
Having the door open or a dirty diaper or the car seat or, just anything, it's just too much inconsistency.
Great question.
And then on top of that, it's like the father, and look at their emotional demeanor. They're not showing no emotion at all whatsoever, and they're faking it.
Yeah.
They're just want publicity and sorriness and I feel sorry for you, sympathy and stuff. No, this is not about that anymore. It's about a child, a 7-month-old baby that could have had a life. If you didn't want this child, then there was people out there. Give it up for adoption, or give it up.
Thank you, William Paul.
If he had a disability, oh my God, there's so many programs and charities and all kinds of help out there. But give it up now. Give it up. So.
That's it. Everybody smells caca in the story.
I smell shit.
Dad, you're fine.
Yeah, I agree. Zan said fire could be unrelated. Who knows? The world's gone batshit. And from what I was just told, that it was unrelated per the news. My comments on my main account don't appear like a shadow. Interesting. I don't know. That's weird. That's what I'm saying. If she got hit before she changed the baby, there would be no dirty diaper, right? Okay, so that was the fire. And I do have a video. I got a couple videos for us to watch, but I'm going to go over here and grab this other one that I got from JLR, and I recorded it real quick. Okay. I gotta pull it up. Hold on. Here it is. All right. So allegedly, people came out to search for Emmanuel, and Jake said that. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought it said 9 thumbs up, and I was like, this video is not even public. How does it have 9 thumbs up? So allegedly, people went to go ask Jake if they could search for Emmanuel, and he turns them away. Now, this again is from JLR. He is pinned to the top of the comment section. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't.
All right, let's do it. Here we go, guys. Let's go.
So they're walking up the driveway. Matthew says, she wasn't knocked out. It's all bullshit. Just like it happened where I live, 10 minutes from where they found that angel Maddie. Oh, this situation may unfortunately play out in a similar fashion. I agree. No, not yet, Kim. I'm going to do that one in a few minutes. You're talking about Kylee Monteiro. We talked about her briefly yesterday and the day before. I am going to do that one probably after Emmanuel. I have an update on her and Rebeka, the girl that was horrifically abused in the yurt out in Arizona. Change chat setting from top comments to review all if you are missing messages. Yep, thank you. Yeah, I don't know, Cheryl. I don't know if the baby had a lazy eye at birth or not, and I wish I did. Because that would tell us if he abused him to the point that he had the lazy eye. And the reason I'm asking that is because they reference not wanting to take the baby out of the car at the park because they don't have him vaccinated. Now, that if they are not a vaccination family, like, I get that, okay? But it also could be an excuse, like, not to take him to the doctor. Like, it could have been an excuse not to take him to the doctor. Well, he doesn't have vaccines because they didn't take him to the doctor, because when he was born, he wasn't cross-eyed, but now he is due to abuse. And the reason I say that is because of the 10-week-old daughter of Jake's that he abused to the point that we just saw a few minutes ago. Now I'm thinking of who's guitarist in Eagles. I think both of them did a solo after You Can Never Leave. That's a Hotel California. Anders.
Let's see how they act, guys.
Hey, Kane. Hey, Jane. Before he opens the door, that's a great point, Kane's Nana. But mom takes baby to the store, but not outside at the park. Right. Exactly. I didn't miss it. I was here for it. I really like watching you. Oh, thank you, Kim. That was so sweet of you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we haven't covered it yet. Anders said this deception detective thought she described the punch from when her husband hit her, the white light. Yeah, we think so too. That white hoodie that he wears. It's an excuse because she was fine to take him into Big Five to get a mouth guard. Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, are you Jake?
You guys are trespassing. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I just wanted to see if we could help you in any way, talk to you about what happened.
You guys are trespassing.
Okay, that's not a problem. Thank you, Jake.
Hey, bro,
appreciate it.
Cool shirt, bro. I'm into Pokemon myself, bro. I collect as well. You're trespassing.
All right, guys. He will refuse to talk.
Now, I think his lawyer might have told him to say that you're trespassing because that's all he says. But I mean, why wouldn't you let people search for your child? I have the alleged picture of the baby in early month. Oh, okay. It's allegedly speculating at gmail.com. I will drop it in chat. That would be great, Angelina. Thank you.
But there you go. You heard Jake. He clams up and refuses to talk. But at
Yes,
least
Kate.
he opened the door. So what do you think? Nervous as can be, guys. Yes, he is.
He is very nervous because he knows that the walls are closing in. Yes, Kate. Rebeka, we covered her a little while back. Harlot Oscara, good to see you. I think he has shaken baby syndrome or something, not just cross eyes or lazy eyes. I saw a pic when he was younger and he didn't look like he had anything wrong with him. Yeah, we're going to look for it. I went through pictures yesterday and all I saw was ones that looked where he had the cross eyes. So we were kind of trying to see if his eyes were crossed in the beginning, because that would tell us if it was some shaken baby syndrome. Yeah, I can take it back and play it again. And we'll hear the end. I mean, they just say that basically he's scared and he didn't answer. So I'll play it again.
All right, let's do it.
Here we go, guys. Let's
Let's see how they act, guys.
We are here right in front of the home. We have lights here on the side.
Hey, are you Jake?
You guys are trespassing. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I just wanted to see if we could help you in any way, talk to you about what happened.
You guys are trespassing.
Okay, that's not a problem. Thank you, Jake.
Hey, bro,
Appreciate
it. Cool shirt, bro. I'm into Pokemon myself, bro. I collect as well.
You're trespassing.
All right, guys. He will refuse to talk. But there you go. You heard Jake. He clams up and refuses to talk. But at least he opened the door. So what do you think?
You're trying to see that person in the short sleeves there? Is that what you're trying to see? I'm hearing August 3rd was the last time Rebeka was seen without the baby, and that was at someone's funeral. Is that true? That's what I'm hearing, yeah. I'm going to try to see if we can pull up the funeral video next.
Hey. Nervous as can be, guys. Yes, he is. We got him to answer the door at least. Well, Gino, he did answer the door for us. Yeah. Yeah, you're trespassing. Can you please leave? Hey, at least I got a shot of his face anyways, you know?
That looks like a news crew's about to go up and try to talk to him.
Yeah.
And that was the end of it. All right, let's go over here to X and see if I can pull up that funeral video y'all are talking about. And I'll check my email in just a second. Yeah, there's the baby. God. Look at her. And he said that that happened from dropping her on the fucking sink. Like in between. You know how the vanities in some houses will have two sinks? He claims that he gave her a bath because she had a temperature and he dropped her on the sink and on the little counter area in between the two sinks. And then later, when they were trying to feed her, they felt something crackle in her back, and then they took her to the hospital, and there was a search on the iPad how to feed a baby with a broken ribs. It's just sick. Children have been removed. The case grows darker. That's where they go up and try to talk to them. That's about the fire. It's the brother. That's the Big Lots. Yeah, that was what we just saw. We've talked about all of this stuff so far. All right. Hey, Basil. What is this? Official statement from Jake Haro's lawyer. After a 20-minute conversation with the lawyer, I'm hoping to interview the parents in the next day or two. Okay. What is this? That's video footage over the house. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I know. Could you imagine a poor 2-month-old, 2.5-month-old baby going through all that? God almighty. It's awful. I don't even want to think about it. Yeah, plus the broken arm, or it was the leg that had started healing. The ribs had started healing. She had a fucking brain hemorrhage and a fractured skull. And if we can verify that as early as August 3rd, there was no baby, when did the baby disappear? When did the baby actually disappear? Can we go back that far with CCTV footage, camera footage, whatever is necessary, and see, where they were at? Where did they go? Did they go far away? I don't know. All right, let me try to do a search specifically for the funeral footage. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here so far. That's where the cops were searching. We looked at that. Okay, let's see. Might jump over to Facebook. What is that? Somebody said Ola. Was it a man? Was it a woman? Yeah, the fact that she's keeping it that vague is interesting. All right. Let's see if we go back over here. I had some videos on it. Maybe one of the videos has I think I only had the one. Oh, we got camera footage from the liquor store across the street that we looked at. All right, I'll see what this one says. This is a 5-minute and 29-second one.
About the interview, other than those few select things that I mentioned that kind of set everybody on a course to go after these parents and call them liars?
Well, I think anytime a parent's interview comes out, it's so easy for the public and the true crime community to automatically make parallels with the infamous Chris Watts interview. But there were some interesting things here. As you mentioned, not only were there mentions of Emmanuel in past tense, but no matter how their voice was breaking, there was not a single tear squeezed out, not by Rebeka and not by Jake. And it almost came across as performative, as though they were trying to force their voice to break and force themselves to seem sad. And what was really interesting, too, about Jake's interview is he seems very distraught and having a difficult time conveying the words. But then the moment he starts talking about Yucaipa and how they've had a past history with football there and the city, he immediately just even-keeled, total normal tone of voice as though nothing happened. Where usually when we have seen parents who are truly distraught and grief-stricken and fearful, that tone carries through the entire interview. So,
Yep. That's a good point. He's talking normal about happy memories. I haven't seen it yet, Angelina, but I'm waiting a minute because it might take a second to come through. Jake's lawyer is working pro bono. Go figure. I didn't know that. 2 different birth mothers. Yeah.
it just felt a little off-putting and
It
performative.
did.
So talk to me a little bit about Jake's, past, his criminal record, and in particular, an ex-wife named Vanessa, who told police that she had been trying to nurse their 10-week-old baby, but that something was wrong with that baby, took that baby to the hospital, and what happened then?
So this incident happened back in October of 2018, and there's conflicting reports as to what exactly happened. Vanessa claims one version, and then Jake claims another. But the gist of it is that, to your point, the baby was not nursing. Then later that evening, she asked Jake to feel the baby's back, to which when he did, according to the affidavit, this is their word, not mine, he felt a crackle.
Yeah.
So she brought the baby to the hospital, and I want to read this directly because the officer writing the affidavit said that the doctors at the Loma Linda University Medical Center said that the baby had, quote, acute fractured rib, healing fractures of 6 ribs, a skull fracture, a brain hemorrhage, swelling of the neck, and a healing fractured leg bone. And what's very interesting about this too is
2.5 months old, 10 fucking weeks out the womb, y'all.
Later, when Jake returned home from the hospital, allegedly his sister had opened up his iPad and the recent browser tab, and there was a search for how to feed a baby with broken ribs, a search that took place before they even went to the hospital. Now, Jake says he wasn't the one to make that search, but that coupled with everything else in this incident, it's pretty alarming.
Yeah, and then the fact that similar could have happened to Emmanuel that caused him to be that way. Angela, try to send the picture again to my email. I'm going to drop it again, but try to send it again because I still don't have it yet. I don't know Abellis, but he needs to be under the damn prison.
All right, I want to play something. Earlier today, a Yucaipa resident named Heather Walker.
Right.
Apparently, she attended the vigil for Emmanuel on Sunday, and she said
Hey,
she
Mama.
spoke to some
Sleuth.
Big Five employees at
Hey,
that
honker.
vigil. And my colleague Elizabeth Vargas spoke with Heather Walker and asked her if the employees said anything about Rebeka or the baby on the day of the kidnapping, and this is the answer.
From what they told me, nobody saw the baby.
They saw her, but not the baby, because that's what we've heard about people who were at the football game that she had been at previously. She said she had left the football game to go buy her other son a mouth guard that he needed to play. That's why she was at the store, she said. But nobody at that football game saw the baby either.
No.
I want to go. We're going to continue listening to this, but I did have that screenshot from SF Investigates that talks about he went to the Big Five. Yeah. I was told by an employee the parents did coming in asking about surveillance under the premise their car was broken into and they were looking for surveillance. However, I was told it was, quote, earlier in the month. And I was also told that the surveillance cameras on the jewelry store did have view of the vehicle. Okay, so if it was earlier in the month, then yeah, it's going to be around August 3rd that they go in asking about surveillance of the parking lot, claiming that their vehicle was broken into, because I do trust that he probably talked to the Big Five employees. So I'm thinking the baby could have died mid to late July.
That's troubling. And there's a
Thank
lot of
you.
talk about Rebeka's black eye, Annie. What do you make of what's being said about, she pointed, I got hit towards the side of the black eye.
Almost immediately, once that interview footage came out, people were skeptical about the black eye, saying that it looked as though it was in the various stages of healing.
And it is. I mean, I think a lot of people think that. Ever Love Me said, how old was the child playing football? I wonder if they can see when they last saw him. And that's a good question. I hope that I did find something on Facebook about that. I hope that the police have talked to the other children. I'm sure they have, to find out when the last time they saw Emmanuel was.
It wasn't a fresh black eye. And there have been some eyewitnesses out there who have said that she allegedly was spotted with this black eye as early as August 3rd. There also have been some Big Five employees on social media speaking out in addition to the behavior from the alleged day of the kidnapping, saying that Rebeka had gone to the Big Five the night before, asked the cashiers if they had CCTV footage of the parking lot because the week prior her car had been broken into. Now that's all alleged at this point. That's according to some of the employees, but that seems very interesting too, that possibly she was trying to suss out the situation before they had their grand master plan the following day.
Very troubling,
And allegedly that wasn't the day before. It was earlier in the month, unquote.
bet you that the police have been looking into it, and they're not telling us about it. But if they have been asking those same questions, they will have those answers in the file. Annie, Elise, good to have you. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now.
God, stop yelling at me. Okay. I did pull up about the dumpster here, but I'm not seeing about the fire. And we're going to talk about the possible sighting too. I was scrolling through. There it is. So this is what I have on the dumpster. It says, baby clothes discovered. Baby clothes have reportedly been found in a dumpster just down the street from Rebeka and Jake Haro's home in Cabazon, California. 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro is still missing, and this latest discovery raises even more disturbing questions. So that's the dumpster, allegedly, that the baby clothes were found, but I'm already seeing that there's a bunch of apartments in the background behind it. So I'm not trying to discredit the story by any means, but I would like to know if it was Emmanuel's clothes or just any baby clothes. I don't know that we would even be privy to that information. Also, with there being an apartment complex, it could be a number of different child's clothing. Sorry, I had to get my tea tree in Copaiba because my broken toe is hurting. So it makes me concerned that it's right there by a apartment complex, because it could be anything. I'd like to know from the police if it was Emmanuel's or not. Yeah, someone could have moved out of those apartments. There's lots of children living in apartments. So it could be anything. I'd have to know if it was, even if it was boy clothes, like, was it, number one, was it boy clothes? Number two, I guess we wouldn't know if it was Emmanuel's until they were able to get DNA off of it. Now, I would like to know, like, if they found a black Nike onesie in there, I'd have a lot more questions. Leslie said also they asked Rebeka at her funeral where the baby was, and she quickly shut down the conversation. Okay. Does anybody know where to find this funeral footage or information about it? Because I'm not able to find that. We're going to talk about the sighting. I wanted to go over this one thing with y'all that I saw. I know it's all the way at the top, at least. This. Okay. This was from an hour ago. I don't know. Update August 20th. We know the community is deeply concerned about this case, and we will continue to provide information. To the context, it does not jeopardize the investigation. Our investigators have followed up on the reported sightings of 7-month-old Emmanuel Haro, but he has not yet been located. I guess we should pause right here and go over to the possible sighting. Somebody sent that to me. Okay, I got your pictures, Angelina, this time. Thank you. Here it is. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up for y'all. Okay, so this talks about the possible sighting of Emmanuel.
Well, there are new details with another local case now making national headlines, many asking, where is baby Emmanuel?
Tomorrow marks 1 week since that child's mother claimed she was attacked in a parking lot and her child taken. Investigators said there are inconsistencies in her story, though. Now, new this morning, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says it is aware of a possible sighting of Emmanuel in Kern County. We're also now learning the vehicle of the child's father, Jake Haro, was seized by investigators, and he turned over his cell phone. His attorney issued a statement last night saying Jake Haro is fully cooperating with law enforcement and investigators.
And all this happening as a massive fire breaks out at a home on the same block as where the Harrows live. At this point, investigators say there's no connection to the missing child, and the location appears to be a coincidence. But CAL FIRE arson investigators are now working the scene.
Okay. So I have that. Dawn said, wait, brick apartments in Cabazon? Yeah, it was brick apartments. I'll pull that picture up in just a second. The article continues, while Emmanuel's father has retained an attorney, if the parents choose to work with detectives, we welcome their cooperation as we continue efforts to locate Emmanuel. We are also aware of the fire reported at a neighbor's property near the Haro home in Cabazon, and have been in contact with the investigators of that incident. At this time, we have no information indicating that the fire is related, and we will continue to communicate with fire investigators as their investigation progresses. Emmanuel continues to be the main focus of this investigation, and we will continue efforts to locate him. This was from August 18th. The investigation is continuing. Investigators have conducted extensive searches in Yucaipa and Cabazon looking for Emmanuel and any evidence that might lead to his location and circumstances surrounding his disappearance. Investigators have served several search warrants at the Haro home and utilized canines to aid in the investigation. Additionally, a large amount of surveillance video has been obtained from areas of interest and is being reviewed. Anyone with information is urged to contact investigators or we tip at the numbers listed below, and they didn't put that. Let's go back to the apartments. It's just showing a dumpster outside of what appears to be some apartments up the street from the Haro residence. That's what they look like, Dawn. Everything goes blank, not white. That's what makes me think it was his hoodie, Mama Sleuth. The mom, good to see you. It was just like a normal home dumpster out there is what we would call bumfuck Egypt. Yeah, very rural. Wife until it was reported that she started limping. Yeah. Even if she is a battered wife, she needs to fight for her own child against that idiot. Right. And we were talking about yesterday, how is it if he did not have cross eyes when he was born, and that is the result of being beaten? And then we talk about Promise, who was 10 weeks old and she was beaten. Like, why is it that these mothers are allowing him to beat their children or even possibly participating in it? A battered wife gets battered to protect her children. She is a perpetrator as well. I agree with that. All right, let's look at these other pictures. Oh, wow. Okay, let's see what we can find out. Let me pull them up. Oh, might help if I actually pulled them up. Hold on just a minute. Alrighty. Alrighty, Roo. Who's texting me? So this one is of him sleeping. Isn't he precious? Look at that baby. Oh. Okay. Now, here he is as a baby. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I think he does look cross-eyed there. I do. If we since you can see my mouse moving, I'm going to try to put it where you can see it. This eye is looking like in this direction, okay? So it's all the way at the corner. You see how this meets like this? And it's all the way in the corner of his eye here, right? Because he's looking in that direction. This eye, however, is looking kind of up, straight forward or whatever. There's still some white there. I think, honestly, I think he does look cross-eyed there. It could just be me. I don't know. I could be looking at him differently. I do see his lip of Bellis, but I think it's because they've got his hands under his cheek and it's pushing that chubby little cheek on his little lips. And then that's going to be his gums that don't have any teeth, and his lip is a little squished together, making the heart shape at the top more pronounced. See, this eye is looking at the person. This one's kind of looking up. I don't think they're looking in the same direction. I wish we could see, like, if he was looking this way, like from the other side. Do you know what I mean? Brain damage could cause it. It could. If he beat the 10-week-old daughter, he probably beat Emmanuel at a very young age as well. I agree. And I'm wondering if we knew. I mean, I'm wondering if that happened as well. So I think Rebeka is the new mother's name. I'm wondering if Rebeka knew about that as well. Jane, seriously? Are you talking about me? My name's Jessica. I do. I mean, it's hard to tell because of how he's looking. Let's go back over here. Because to me, it looks like this eye is looking this direction, and I think this eye would be looking that direction too. It seems like this eye is more looking up or whatever. Okay, look at the shape of that eye as well. And let's jump over. Let me. Okay. Hold on. Okay, you see his eye, like right here's his pupil, but it looks like bigger than it should be to me. Like there's an extra part on it. Let me pull up some different pictures, but you see him there and he's looking the same direction except down. He's looking kind of over here, but down. And his eye here is kind of down. There he's looking the same direction as well, and the eye looks the same. It's hard to tell on that one. Let's see. Okay, he's kind of looking the same direction. That one's looking up. Again, like we had on the other one. If we look at him in this one, and then we go back and look at this one, I think they look the same. Like I'm not seeing much of a difference, so I think he was born that way. Yeah, Rebeka is the current wife. I think he might be cross-eyed there. I think it's just the way he's looking. Strategic had pics of Emmanuel as a younger baby. He was happy and his face was normal. Sorry to say it that way. Something has happened to him. Okay, let's go grab that and see if there's different pictures. I wish I had a picture of him looking a different way. Like if I could see him looking the opposite way, maybe it would be more clear. Let's see. I'm going to pull up Strategic's videos and see what we can see. Newly released pic proves. Okay, let's see. Preview. Okay, let's see. That's all of his daughter. Okay, I think all of these are of the daughter that he hurt horribly. Okay, let's see what's here. I wanted to see. Does anybody know? We'll try this. Does anybody know where the pictures were specifically or can give me a timestamp? I see that they had one on here or on the thumbnail at least that I haven't seen. Lordy have mercy. There, that one. Let's see. That one is the one that I'm more curious about, okay? Because in this one that we've seen of him, he appears to have both eyes looking the same way. Let me make it as big as humanly possible. This one, it looks like that eye's looking that way, and so is this one. Like, this is one that I would say maybe he wasn't cross-eyed at that point. That one, but I can't see his eyes clearly. Like, that's one that makes me think he wasn't cross-eyed. There are 6 pictures on a Facebook post. Okay, let me jump over here and see. I'm scrolling while y'all, I'm going to check back and see what y'all say about that one. But if you have the link for that one, email it to me. My eyes are burning. I'm scrolling. Here is that one. I'm going to click on this and zoom real in. Now, see here, you can see his eyes looking that way, and that eye looks like it's looking that way. That one, he doesn't look cross-eyed to me. It does look a little swollen, but it could be his chubby little cheeks. Tanya in this D, good to see you. Hey, Jenny Jen. Rope, good to see you. My cousin got kicked in the head by a donkey and went cross-eyed, and then she fell in a well, and then they went straight again. I've heard that before somewhere. If that happened, I'm very sorry, and I'm glad she's okay. I think I read it somewhere, but I'm not sure. On Google, it says it should straighten out by 3 to 4 months, and he's 7. He may not have been cross-eyed all the time. Sometimes it happens when someone is tired or just wake up. We don't have enough good info. I agree with that, Mrs. North. In my opinion, the right eye is always more pronounced than to the right. Is it possible there's some congenial abnormality? There could be. His forehead looks swollen. I think he's just a chubby little baby. But there is that mark on his nose, which they said he doesn't have a mole on his nose. That's the only picture I've seen so far that it's hard for me to tell. And if we go back to the picture of him as a baby, it is hard to tell, but like this picture that we're looking at right now, it's harder for me to tell if he's cross-eyed or not in that picture as opposed to this one, because I think the way his eye is looking that way and this one is not quite the same says the same thing to me. And plus this pupil, it looks like this eye is bigger, like bigger than a normal pupil would be. And like kind of squiggly shaped on the side, maybe. See how big that pupil is? Not the pupil, but like the pupil and the iris. That's really big in my opinion. Whereas this one is not. See, it's in the corner of the eye and it looks like it ends about right here. This one's really big, and that's what makes me think is part of the being cross-eyed. Does that make sense to you guys? I know, Lisa, it's sad. He did look healthier in that other picture. He was very young in it. All right. I'm still looking for a picture that shows several photos of him. Okay, here we can see what I'm talking about probably more. See, do you see how this one's normal and that one's like way bigger and it's got kind of this little wavy thing right here? That's what I see in the other one. There you can see it good, how this one's like a lot bigger. The pupil and the iris is bigger than this eye. Oh, Matthew, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and I really appreciate it. Those went to Kelly Jo, Karen Noring, Heather B, Todd Wilbur, and Scarlett Lightsey. If you guys were gifted from Matthew, please tell Matthew thank you. Thank you so much, Matthew. I'm gonna grab the crazy train and pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. 21 minutes in shows. I'm confused. Thank you, Matthew, again. What do you mean 21 minute in show? Let me see, Miss King. Let me see if I can find the comment. I think it was his most recent. Okay, 21 minutes in. Okay. That was 3 hours ago, so I don't know. It would be that one. We will check though.
Some of us. I'm a dinosaur, you're a fossil. You guys remember our math? Not the new math, that Common Core stuff that the kids are taking right now. I'm talking about our math. When math was actually math that you could understand, math that made sense, math that put people on the moon. He's smart with everything, right? Tracheostomy, it sounds like is what it is. 2,
this one just
frequent suction so she doesn't suffocate on her own mucus. Think about
that. Is so sad. This one shows pictures of her, I think. Let's go back. I'll go to this one and go 21 minutes. Okay.
Last night we did that at 3 a.m. Let's keep going. It was terrible. It was a very heart-wrenching show. It affected me, and not much affects me in this world. Let's keep going.
The sun set right through the smoke. I know. That's where we were at. We were actually working next door. Yeah. When they started the fire.
Well, this is good right here.
Oh, I know it. The sun set right through the smoke. All right, guys, we are back live over here on Ramona Street.
All
One
right.
of these tweakers set a house on fire.
I'm not seeing it, y'all. I'll go back through, but that's what it's telling me again, like how that pupil and iris is a lot bigger in this eye than it is in this eye. And if we look at that original picture of him, it does look like he has that going on. Now, to be honest with you, if it is, I think that, see how that one, it looks bigger and it's got a little bit of the wave there. I think that he might have been that way from birth. To me, that's what I see. But I think it also means that he could have been abused in the womb. He could have hit her or anything. Alcohol. There's a lot of different things they reference when they talk about the little girl that he abused. Her brother having fetal alcohol syndrome. So it could have been something that happened from the womb. I said wound, I meant womb. A lot of people think it looks like shaken baby syndrome, and maybe he had it at this point. I don't know. I don't know. It's really sad. I'm looking on Facebook, but I'm not seeing anything. I see where they're comparing him to other other missing people, and I'll pull it up, but I'm just not seeing anything. I'm looking. I saw you said there's a picture on Facebook, but I don't know, which one. 21 on strategic 9 hours ago. Okay. Oh, what the crap? I don't have 9 hours ago. I've got 13 and 3.
They had the best opportunity in the entire world, because I think our system is the best, to prove that they were innocent. So don't get mad at that defense attorney because he's defending the Haros. He's doing his job. He's doing his constitutional duty. One with her eyes open.
Hold on.
They said that this little boy had a lazy eye. I want to get back to this picture.
I think those are the same pictures we have. It shows pictures of her and ones we have. Yeah, these are the lives. The only one I have. Hold on. So live streams, right? 3 hours ago and 13 hours ago. 3 hours ago, 13, 1 day, 1 day. Videos, 1 day, 2 days. I'm not seeing it. Is it a members only video? Yesterday's post on Facebook group, missing Emmanuel. Okay, let me try that. Haro's discussion and updates. It's not showing up that way. I'm not getting it. I'd probably have to be a member of that group to get access to it. But I mean, you can see I just missing Emmanuel Haro's discussion and updates. I searched that. There's no people. It's not showing me any groups for that. So I'm not seeing it, unfortunately. If anybody can email it to me, I'll be glad to look at it. But other than that, I'm about done trying to find it because I really think he was that way from birth. I think something could have happened to him in the womb, most definitely. But I don't know where it's at, and I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. That's the one I had pulled up, Miss King, where I played it at the 21-minute mark, and they were just showing pictures of the little girl that he abused. I've tried both of them. I'll do it again, and then I'll move on from it. Hold on. You just screenshot it. Kane, screenshot it and send it to allegedlyspeculating@gmail.com. All right, look, this is the 3 hours ago, right?
On fire and caused the whole street to catch on fire.
Double check and make sure that you are in fact subscribed to True Crime and Strategic. Let's get to that next video.
I'm going to speed it up.
And yes, we covered the photos that were released of Jake's daughter that he so brutally injured. We covered all of that, man. All of that last night. We did that at 3 a.m. Let's keep going. It was terrible. It was a very heart-wrenching show. It affected me, and not much affects me in this world. Let's keep going.
The sun set right through the smoke. I know. That's where we were at. We were actually working next door when they started the fire. This is beautiful right here. Oh, I know it.
So this is talking about the fire.
All right, guys. We are back live.
Especially
over here
at the 21-minute mark.
Ramona Street.
Okay.
Where
And then the 21, the one from 13. This
So
is
we
the
had one with her eyes open
oh,
before
that's
she was
12.
assaulted.
Hold on.
But look at her eye. Look at her normal, healthy
Here's
boy. That's
20.
what they said the doctor said. So what changed? What made him not normal and healthy anymore? What made him developmentally delayed? What changed? Well, I got an older crowd that follows me. I love it. There's gonna be
Okay.
some young
Thank
people in
you.
here, but for the most part, we're all old. We're in our 30s and 40s. We're dinosaurs. And 50s and 60s, some of us. I'm a dinosaur, you're a fossil. You guys remember our math? Not the new math, that Common Core stuff that the kids are taking right now. I'm talking about our math. When math was actually math that you could understand, math that made sense, math that put people on the moon, math that gave us computers and the internet, math that gave us microwaves, not that new math that they're doing. Our math. Let's go back to math class, our math class. What's the lowest common denominator in this whole story? What is the lowest common denominator in this whole story? Is it not Jake Haro? All these abused, wounded, maimed, and eventually deceased babies. Who is the only common person that weaves in that thread? Is it not Jake Haro? All right, let's keep going. Because like I said, man, once I get on my soapbox boxes, it's hard to get me off. All right. Big shout out to Abby Blabby, True Crime and News. She says on October 18, 2018, Jake Haro and Vanessa Avina's 10-week-old daughter was admitted to Hemet Valley Hospital after she was severely beaten. She barely.
Okay, so that's the 22-minute mark. We saw that locked and loaded, but thank you for that. And it's nice to meet you. I know. I would be too, though. I mean, look at her. That's bullshit that he was ever even allowed around other children at all. He's on fucking probation for the shit. There's no way the PO didn't know that he had other children in that house. We watched it a little further, okay?
Survived. I was contacted by Avina's cousin who adopted her and has taken care of her
You're
every
good,
day
Hannah.
since the
Good to
brutal
see you.
attack. And I'd love to speak to that cousin. I'm not much of a Facebooker. We do
Me
have a
too.
Facebook presence, but it's really just to promote the show and get tips. But if you'd like to talk to me and come on my platform, I would love to give you my platform. I'd love to talk to you. I'd love to talk about your journey with these children. It's not even just about this case. I want to hear about you because you are a hero to me, that you took on these children and gave them a safe home. You took them away from these demons they called their parents. Anyway, let's keep going.
Right.
I was contacted by Venus' cousin who adopted her and has taken care of her every day since the brutal attack. Promise Faith, formerly Carolina Rose. So Promise Faith is her new name. Formerly Carolina Rose turned 7 on July 31st. Happy belated birthday, you beautiful angel. As a result of what was done to Promise, she has to breathe using a tracheostomy. I can't pronounce it. I apologize. I think I'm a smart guy, but you can't be smart with everything, right? Tracheostomy. It sounds like it's what it is. That outro ready. Strategic is out of here.
This is 3616. Peace. 36, 25, 31, 32, 30. I mean, it stops and goes to another video at that point. All right, I dropped my email. I do have this that shows 3 pictures of him that Cara just sent me. Hold on. Okay, here's 3 pictures of him. His eyes are closed there. That's the one we have. I don't know. I think that eye looks a lot bigger there. Like, again, I wish I could see him looking this way, not that way. There, he looks cross-eyed. This eye is looking way up here. It looks, honestly, if I'm going to be honest, he looks brain damaged. This eye is looking way up here, and this eye is kind of in the middle of the eye. I wish it wasn't grainy. Yeah, that eye looks almost rolled in the back of his damn head. He looks like he's abused right there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm done with it. I'm going to check my email one more time, but like I don't know what else to do. Okay, let me see what this is. Hold on. Okay, this is a screenshot that says breaking, newly released pics prove what Jake Haro does to his children at the 20-minute and 58 mark. But it looks like the picture we just had pulled up. Let me see. All right, this is the last time I'll have to look for it later. Like, I've got to move on at this point. I don't know what else to do. Because, again, I saw pictures of him pretty much fresh out the womb, and he looks like he's got cross eyes to me. All right, 20 minutes and 58 seconds.
So, not one tear. These people did not value this boy. This boy was not developmentally challenged or delayed. This was a normal, healthy boy. That's what they said. The doctors said. So what changed? What made him?
That's the 20-minute mark and 58 seconds. This is titled Through Emmanuel's Clothing in the Trash. On your screenshot, it says theory, SE theory of Emmanuel. So, okay, on mine, it's not a 20-minute mark. That might be what you're talking about. On mine, it's 17 minutes and 38 seconds. Now, I can't zoom in on that one, but it looks like this one that I just had pulled up the other way, that we can zoom in on, and he does look like something's wrong with him there. His damn eye looks like it's rolled in the back of his damn head. That eye looks like it's rolled in the back of his head. But again, that would tell me that there's something wrong with him from the beginning, because again, that eye looks a lot bigger to me than this one does. That looks like something's definitely wrong with him. It don't look like he's not cross-eyed there. It looks like something's wrong, like he just got shaken or something, because his damn eyes rolled back in his head. That one is the best one if we're going to talk about it, and it's hard to tell, but yes, this eye looks a lot bigger there to me. Maybe she didn't take him to the doctor. Hey, Kylee, not really. Yeah, well, the other son was born with fetal alcohol syndrome. Yeah, I don't like looking at this picture, because that eye's rolled damn near in the back of his head, and this one's in the middle looking like somebody's might be looking at him or something. But this is the opposite eye than the one that's affected. This is the eye that in every other picture is looking straight at you. Whereas in this picture, this eye's looking straight at the person, and that one's rolled in the back of his head. That's fucking concerning. He does look like shaken baby syndrome there. I don't know, man. This one I can't zoom in on, and I think it's the same picture. Hold on, y'all. Okay. I wish I could zoom in on that one. I'll have to look at it afterwards. I know where it's at now, so I'll look at it afterwards. I got to move on because I've got two other things to talk about, and my husband's already on the way home. Hey, Angelina. So we're going to go over to here, and we're going to talk about Kylee Monteiro. Her boyfriend was just arraigned and went to court for her homicide. They found her body in his backyard. She had been missing, sent a last text message. She had been missing. She went to his house to get some of her things and sent a text message that said, something is wrong, something doesn't feel right, and then went missing after that. Here's the news clip where they found her body.
We come on the air at 11 o'clock with some breaking news, everyone. Tonight, investigators believe that they have found the body of that missing pregnant teen buried in the woods of Rehoboth. I'm Dan Janik. That discovery came not too long after police charged Kylee Monteiro's boyfriend, 23-year-old Gregory Groom. He is in custody at this hour. We have team coverage on the big story. NBC 10's Patrice Wood is anchoring our coverage from Rehoboth, where she spent much of her day working on the story. Patrice?
This is such a sad, sad story. The sisters of Kylee Monteiro knew something was wrong way back on August 6th, and they were absolutely right. The body of Kylee Monteiro was found just a few yards from here on the property where her boyfriend lived, Greg Groom. And the Bristol County District Attorney confirms to us that he's going to be charged with killing her.
As a result of the search of the property, human remains consistent with those of Kylee Monteiro have been recovered. We await confirmation from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. Based on the current state of the evidence that has been obtained during the investigation, Gregory Groom will be charged with the murder of Kylee Monteiro.
And that's going to be in Taunton Court tomorrow. We're going to be covering that for you. Joining me.
Somebody sent me that hearing and said, we'll watch it, but I don't, it's really concerning that the altercation got physical and then he hurt the woman he's supposed to love, who's 3 months pregnant with his child. How do you kill the mother, the woman that's carrying your child? Like, they went to prom together. We saw the pictures of them together. It's really, really sad. I'll pull up the sister's Facebook and show you pictures of her because there's not any here. Hold on. It popped up that she had new. There she is. And there was pictures of them together at prom. She had just graduated Attleboro High School. There's a picture of her and him together. It's really sad and hard to hear about. I don't understand what she could have done to end up deceased. These pictures right here were when they were going to prom, and there's pictures of them together where she's in that purple dress. It was heartbreaking to hear her story, her sister talk about how she wouldn't be able to make it on her own, and they were very concerned for her well-being. Evidently, she went to go get something from his house. There was a physical altercation. The last text to the friend said, I don't feel right, something's wrong, and then nobody heard anything. Yeah, they did, Angelina. They suspected him from the beginning because that was the last place that she was at.
Now is Leanna Falk, our nighttime reporter, and you've been talking to the family.
Yes, and I mean, absolutely heartbreaking, just this news for them. It's not what they expected. It's definitely not what they were hoping for and praying for. I mean, there were several friends and community members that were here that they just erupted into tears as that confirmation really came out that Kylie's body may have been found. It was actually Kylie's sister, Faith, who, you know, just like her name, really held on to hope that they were going to see their sister again. In fact, Faith actually rushed here to the scene to hear and see for herself what had been confirmed, that her sister's body may have been found. Now, Faith had often described Kylee as full of life. She had just graduated from Attleboro High School with dreams of becoming a welder and also a mom. Kylee was 11 weeks pregnant at the time of her disappearance. Her family says she was excited for motherhood, so much so she already had a baby name picked out. Her sister says she was caring and kind. She always called her siblings every day for advice advice, loved social media as much as any other 18-year-old. And that's why they were so concerned when they had not heard from her in a while.
Now, her mother and father, I think both died, and she was like, and an uncle had died recently too that she loved very much. It was really sad and scary. Ashley said, I wonder if the relationship was coming to an end when this happened. I think it was, because she was staying in a shelter for homeless women, homeless pregnant women, and she went to get some of her things and something happened. What? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I think that Emmanuel suffered some head trauma. I know, Heather Wells, it's really sad.
Family says they weren't aware of any abuse in the house until the August 6th incident, which led to Gregory Groom's initial assault and battery charges. So just like us, they're really going to be paying attention to some of the details that come out of this. What led to this distraught moment? You know, they told us that they plan on being at tomorrow's hearing in Taunton, as will we, to kind of figure out what exactly happened here.
Yeah, there's so many questions. We don't know what led them back here. We don't know if Gregory Groom actually confessed.
No.
We don't know if he's the one that told them where to find the body, but we did see excavators, so we can only assume that they were digging in the yard, right?
Yeah, the DA didn't want to answer any questions. We tried shooting a few at him at the end of the press conference, hoping to get some of those answers, but it's going to looking like we're going to be waiting a few weeks for that to happen.
So we saw the excavator leave.
Yes.
The medical examiner arrived.
Yes.
And so we can assume that we will hear more in Taunton District Court tomorrow and maybe get some of these things answered. But it's such a sad ending to a story. We had hoped that it would all turn out differently. For Leanna Falk, and
I had hoped that it would turn out differently as well. Here we do have the court appearance that somebody sent me. Thank you for that. We can watch that real quick and see what he has to say about her death.
Docket 251816, on or about the date of August 6, 2025, in the town of Rehoboth, been charged with murder, assault and battery on a pregnant victim, aggravated intimidation of a witness, juror, police, or court official, and assault and battery on a family or household member. A not guilty will enter. You have the right to an attorney. Would you like to sign a waiver and represent yourself, retain private counsel, or see whether you qualify for court appointed, sir?
My name is Elliot Levine. I was contacted by CPCS to represent him.
So he has an attorney. Ryan Applesnapple, I'm sorry that happened to you. It does. It could be a genetic disorder that's not been diagnosed yet. This happened in Massachusetts, in Rehoboth, Angela. That would be my first guess as well. But given the history of the other children in the home, I would lean toward abuse. He was abused in the womb or right after he came out, or is some kind of genetic shit. I don't know. I'm going to zoom in on them pictures and see what we can figure out later, or get some screenshots to where we can zoom in on it tomorrow, because I'm sure we'll still be talking about Emmanuel tomorrow.
We'll appoint Attorney Levine to represent Mr. Groom. Kamala.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jason Mohan for the
Yeah,
Commonwealth.
Angela.
Based on the charge of murder, the Commonwealth is asking that Your Honor hold the defendant without bail. This incident stems from the recovery of a body last evening. The incident started on August 8th when this defendant, Gregory Groom, contacted the Rehoboth Police Department to indicate that his ex-girlfriend, identified as 18-year-old Kylee Monteiro, was missing. Mr. Groom reported that Miss Monteiro was at his house, that she was looking for a place to stay. They got into an argument, and that she ultimately left his residence walking down the driveway, and she hadn't been seen or heard from since. Miss Monteiro was known to be very active on social media, and he hadn't heard from her, neither had her friends or family, on any social media in the following days. When Mr. Groom reported her missing, Rehoboth police responded to the scene and took a report, and then began an investigation.
So he's the one that reported her missing, claimed he got in a fight with her, and she took off walking.
In the upcoming days, when Miss Monteiro failed to update any of her social media accounts, the police began to continue in their investigation and ultimately brought Mr. Groom in for an interview. Mr. Groom reported that Miss Monteiro was approximately 11 weeks pregnant, and she told him that he was the father of the baby, that on August 6th, she had left a residential program and took a rideshare to his house. She was looking to stay with him, and an argument ensued about whether or not he would allow her to stay on his property. When the police began to question him and other family members, they fathered the baby, ultimately brought Mr. Groom in for an interview. Mr. Groom reported that Ms. Monteiro was approximately 11 weeks pregnant, and she told him that he was the father of the baby, that on August 6th, she had left a residential program and took a rideshare to his house. She was looking to stay with him, and an argument ensued about whether or not he would allow her to stay on his property. When
how are you not going to let her stay there? I mean, allegedly from the family, she went over there to get some of her belongings and an argument ensued. But if what he says is true, how are you going to argue with her about staying there when she's pregnant with your child? Oh, wow, Ashley, that's crazy. Criminals are stupid, trying to cover his dumbass tracks. I'll check that, Carolina. Yeah, half truths, a bunch of half truths. Okay, Abellis, you be safe out there, love.
The police began to question him and other family members. They learned from Ms. Monteiro's sister that on August 6th, when she had arrived at his house, that there was an altercation between Mr. Groom and Ms. Monteiro. Ms. Monteiro texted his sister that he threw me on the ground and pulled my hair and strangled me. My phone is at 4%, and if I die, it was Greg.
Oh my God, he threw me on the ground, pulled my hair and strangled me. My phone is on 4%, and if I die, it was him. That's the message her family received. Jesus.
Members then tried to communicate with Ms. Monteiro and get her to a place of safety, and she didn't respond right away. Ultimately, there was a response from her device that indicated she was attempting to continue to stay at Mr. Groom's residence. There was a search that was conducted on August 14th of Mr. Groom's property at 107 County Street in Rehoboth, which is approximately a 25-acre property. That search involved members of the State Police CERT team, the Air Wing, divers, cadaver dogs, and nothing of significance was found during that search. However, based on the failure of Ms. Monteiro to contact any friends or family, the police continued their investigation. Ultimately, yesterday on August 19th, Mr. Groom reported to the Rehoboth Police Station for an interview.
So yesterday he came in for an interview. Thank you, Lori, for sending me this. I appreciate it.
During that interview, he admitted that on August 6th, he had gotten into an altercation with Ms. Monteiro where he pushed her, she fell backwards, and she hit her head. When she attempted to contact an individual, Mr. Groom admitted that he knocked her cell phone out of her hand, at which time he was going to be charged with the 3 offenses for assault and battery on domestic assault and battery on a pregnant person, and for intimidation of a witness.
Yeah.
When investigators continued,
he could have also got a kidnapping charge because he took her phone.
To press Mr. Groom on the whereabouts of Ms. Monteiro, they informed him that they had applied for and were granted a search warrant for an extensive search of 107 County Street. That included not only cadaver dogs, but excavators, chemists from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, and other investigators. And they informed Mr. Groom that they were prepared to search the property and dig if necessary. Mr. Groom then paused. He was given an opportunity to tell the police where Ms. Monteiro's body was located, either by being taken to his property and pointing it out, or drawing a map, or telling the officers where her body was located, as they believed Ms. Monteiro was dead. Mr. Groom ultimately drew a rudimentary map indicating that he got into an argument behind a shed on the property where he was known to stay and where Ms. Monteiro stayed, that during that altercation, Mr. Groom admitted that he stabbed Ms. Monteiro twice in the neck and once in the chest.
Oh my God, he stabbed her twice in the neck and once in the chest. Jesus. Yep, he didn't let her leave. He does have a very long neck. I do hope that they get counts for her and the baby. I do. He does look like he doesn't care, doesn't he, Rachel? Yeah, it like who was it? Teresa said that officer looks like he cares more about the deceased girl than the criminal does. Right. Taking a phone interference with emergency communication. Yeah, it would be a kidnapping charge because he evaded her way to be able to call the police. Probably didn't want a baby. She kept his, yeah. She got him caught herself. How sad for her and her unborn child. I know. So it was premeditated, possibly. Yeah. Yeah, Teresa. I agree with that.
Stab wound to the chest actually broke the blade of the knife off. He used a
Oh my God, he stabbed her so hard in the chest, it broke the knife off in her chest.
kitchen knife to commit the stabbing, and based on that stabbing, Ms. Monteiro was deceased. Mr. Groom indicated to police that he then spent several hours digging a hole in the woods, approximately 20 yards from where he killed Ms. Monteiro, and through the night after he dug, when the sun came up, he then pushed her body into the hole and covered it up. He drew on the map the approximate location of Ms. Monteiro's remains.
I thought they had already searched the property though. How did they not find it beforehand? In Massachusetts, you can be charged for both the mom and the baby for what he did. I hope so. The baby has to be over 350 grams to be charged. Damn. Yeah, it's not affecting him one bit. He didn't care. He did not care.
Officers who were conducting the search warrant then went to the shed. They noticed there was a large pile of brush right next to the shed. That was what Mr. Groom used to cover up the site of the murder, to cover up blood that was ultimately recovered, and physical evidence was recovered from the scene where the police alleged the stabbing occurred. About 20 yards away in the woods, there was another large pile of brush with feet upon feet of trees, cut down trees that were piled up. Underneath that pile, the police located a rectangular hole that appeared that had been recently disturbed dirt. When the police ultimately called in medical examiners to uncover that hole, a body consistent with Kylee Monteiro was discovered approximately 5 feet underground. Ms. Monteiro's remains were recovered last evening, and her body is at the office of the chief medical examiner undergoing identification process and undergoing an autopsy. Based on this case, the defendant's confession and the prior domestic, the Commonwealth asked this court to hold the defendant without bail.
No argument, Your Honor.
Trying to be held without bail.
And any date that is convenient for counsel for a probable cause hearing.
About 30 days out.
Sure, whatever date works for you.
About
Oh yeah, Carolina. All right, they're just scheduling his next appearance.
September 9th.
That's fine.
Does he have a prior? Hey, Mandy Lorian.
Can we do the 10th instead, Your Honor?
Whatever day works for you.
Thank you.
That is a man who hates women.
September 10th, probable cause, courtroom 3.
Okay. Love to Love says, so law enforcement searched with a canine but missed evidence right beside the shed. It doesn't make sense. And I agree. Like, how did you miss evidence literally right beside the shed? If you went out there with a canine and did all of the things that you claim to have done, that does not make any damn sense at all whatsoever. He does. Lori Ann said, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. I agree. All right. The next one, we're going to go back. I want to show y'all. Where was it? Right here. 8 days ago, we talked about Rebeka. She lived in a yurt. She lived in a yurt outside of Arizona. Remember? Yeah, there's a... Hold on. That's a poem that she wrote. We talked about that. There's the Navajo County Sheriff's Office thing, and then the neighbors spoke. There's the yurt that she was allegedly living in. CPS had been involved in this case. Rebeka had ran away allegedly several times, to the extent of trying to jump out the second-story window of the apartment complex. And then they moved into the yurt where there was no refrigeration, no electricity, all of that. I talked about, how I'm very much a proponent for living off grid, but you cannot live off grid in a fucking yurt in the middle of the Arizona desert with little ones. You can't do that. It's just not safe, not possible. CPS had been called and involved several times, yet had never taken the child. They always took her back to the house. She tried to tell CPS about allegations of physical abuse, sexual abuse, and something else. They didn't believe her about the sexual abuse, but it was later found out that it was true. I think after she died with her autopsy, when they found her toenails had been completely removed from her body. There was allegations from CPS about the parents whooping her with the belt buckle end of the belt. It was just absolutely horrific. It was heartbreaking to hear them talk about it, the neighbors and things. Yeah, and then we got this note from the Department of CPS after all the times that they had fucked up. It was just, maybe I can play this part real quick. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go back to right here and listen for a little bit. Arizona. I'm going to speed it up just a little bit. All right. Sometimes they'll put it out in articles, so I'm going to see if we can pull it up. A brain bleed? Jesus Christ. I hope that she feels better too. A lot of people are sending Abellis loves. If you could tell her, Hannah. I hope she feels better. I don't know. I don't think she's naked. She probably has like a tube top or tank top on. Aw. Okay. Y'all are so sweet. Please send her my love as well. Hold on.
Water.
Oh,
And
you
they,
saw that too.
they use it as a form of discipline. Using physical activity as a form of punishment is also something Woods allegedly told detectives. The couple details multiple times Rebeka apparently ran away, saying.
So yeah, it was a motel. Okay, I'm going to jump back over here because I probably got it in my playlist. I don't know. No. I might have deleted it because I was done covering the case. Yeah, okay. Well, you get the idea. They talk about, they're probably going to go through it again. They talk about, just awful allegations. Well, we have, okay, so allegedly she had run away. Okay, the stepmother calls 911, but it's after they've driven like some amount of time. They call 911 and say they found her unresponsive. I really want to, hold on. Her name's Rebeka Baptiste. Rebeka Baptiste. Yeah, this is probably, I'm going to play this from 6 days ago.
New details tonight in the death investigation of 10-year-old Rebeka Baptiste, her father and his girlfriend facing charges for her murder.
The details of the case are disturbing. There's no other way to put it. Fox 10's Kenzie Beach has been following it from the beginning. She went to Apache County today, where Rebeka and her family had just moved. Kenzie.
We're able to give you a first look at where 10-year-old Rebeka Baptiste spent the last.
I'm going to slow it down. I know it's probably, I listen to my stuff fast, but in case it's too fast for anybody else.
Last month of her life leading up to her death, the Baptiste family moving from Phoenix to this extremely remote area in Apache County, living in this Euro-style home with no electricity and little water. No neighbors for miles, Richard Baptiste inherited this land, moving the kids to County Road 9373 as plastic toys still sit in the front yard. Court documents detail the first 911 call on July 27th. It came from Anicia Woods on Richard Baptiste's cell phone. Rebeka traveling 30 minutes in the family's Ford Focus, not breathing. Woods said Rebeka was found this way after running away. In Richard's interview with detectives, he admitted Rebeka may have been running to get help or water.
Unresponsive, unconscious, and unable to breathe for herself. I need her on a flat ground so that you can administer CPR.
I need you to pull over so that I can page him out to you and we can start CPR. Do you know how to administer CPR? Yes, I do, unfortunately.
Those 911 calls are chilling. The end of that 911 call, the caller, who appears to be Anicia Woods, saying she does know how to do CPR, ending it with unfortunately. Well, that 911 call ended in this parking lot here. Behind me is Highway 180. So the family pulled into this lot where I'm standing, and you can hear they say, we need to put her down on a flat surface. So they did. We're not sure if it's where I'm standing or over here in this gravel, but if we walk this way, they did tell 911 dispatchers that they were pulling up to this gift shop. Now, it was here where they waited for the ambulance. Rebeka Baptiste was transported into an ambulance and taken to a hospital in Winslow, but her injuries were so extensive that she was flown to Phoenix Children's Hospital. Now, being out here today and talking to a lot of people, not only at this shop here, but the Dollar General, where Richard Baptiste worked for just one day, and also speaking with different museums and gift shops, they've all now heard of Rebeka Baptiste's story, but none of them tell me that they ever saw the 10-year-old girl, but they're heartbroken, wishing they could have done something. But as we continue to comb through paperwork, and as we were out here today, we're now able to piece together a little more of Rebeka's story. So we'll send it back to you, John, Christine.
Okay. So that kind of gives you an update. The stepmother was like, yeah, unfortunately, I know how to perform CPR. She says that she didn't get her to the hospital earlier or something to that effect, didn't take her because she didn't think she needed it, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, now this is going to be a very graphic, but it's actual footage of 911 getting there. Yeah, why unfortunately? I thought that was an adorable dress. I was just looking at it and I was like, that is an adorable dress. This is going to be very hard to see, very triggering. It's going to literally show her lifeless on the ground. So I'm giving you a very heavy trigger warning right now. But we have the 911 or body cam, I guess.
Baptiste, unresponsive.
Okay.
I found her in the wash. Okay. And she's been unresponsive.
We didn't know where else to take her. There's no hospital near here. That's it.
Newly released body cam footage offers a chilling glimpse into the moments first responders discovered 10-year-old Rebeka Baptiste unresponsive in the Arizona desert. Her father, Richard Baptiste, his girlfriend, Anicia Woods, they now face first-degree murder charges as prosecutors allege that Rebeka endured years of severe abuse and neglect, including physical injuries, malnutrition, signs of sexual abuse, making this scene even more horrifying. We are going to break down the footage that captures the tense, frantic attempts to save this little girl's life.
You could already see skin discoloration. The poor child didn't even have fucking toenails.
And the harrowing questioning of her parents as they struggle to explain how she ended up in the desert, alive one moment and tragically gone the next. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
The damn what CPS put out, their response to why they had not taken her out of the house, I think it was like 14 or 15 calls, was absolutely disgusting. I'll see if I can pull it up while we're listening to it. I read it in the other live we did about her. I was pissed. I'll see if I can pull it up real quick and read it, y'all. It's disgusting. I was furious.
Revisiting an incredibly heartbreaking case that we have covered here on Sidebar. If you followed us, you're going to remember this one. How could you not? Earlier this month, we shared the devastating story of 10-year-old Rebeka Baptiste, a young girl that prosecutors say suffered years of abuse and neglect before her tragic death in July. And prosecutors say this is all at the hands of her own caretakers. Her father, 32-year-old Richard Baptiste, and his girlfriend, 29-year-old Anicia Woods, are now facing first-degree murder charges after Rebeka was found unresponsive near a highway in Holbrook, Arizona. Now, to recap, prosecutors allege that Rebeka was severely dehydrated, malnourished, missing toenails, bore injuries that they say were the result of physical abuse, sexual abuse, prolonged torture, In fact, Law and Crime obtained a 33-page incident report from the Navajo County Sheriff's Office detailing law enforcement's interactions with Richard Baptiste and Anicia Woods, along with graphic documentation of the injuries that prosecutors allege stemmed from sustained abuse. And we covered that report in detail in a previous episode. If you want to check it out, if you want to learn a little bit more, it's up on Law and Crime's YouTube page. But back on July 27th, Woods apparently made a chilling 911 phone call, pleading for help as they rushed this girl toward town. And on the line with dispatchers, Woods explained that the family lived in the desert and was racing Rebeka into Holbrook.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
Listen to this 911 call. I'll back it up. She did look like Summer Wells, and I hadn't even thought about that. She does. She does look a lot like Summer Wells. She don't look like the parents at all. And I know that was her stepmother, but they didn't deserve a minute in her life.
That the family lived in the desert and was racing.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, he would make them run laps in the desert anywhere. He would make them run laps while being dehydrated, and they are not giving them water. And it's been referenced that they would have to, like, when they finally did give the kids water, they would have to, like, give her a straw because she couldn't even swallow the water. The poor child would be so dehydrated, and CPS still didn't take them. I have the report that they released. I'll read that to you in a minute when they start talking about all of that.
Racing Rebeka into Holbrook.
911, what's the location of your emergency? What's the location of your emergency?
We're on I-80 headed towards Holbrook. It's my daughter. She's with us. We live out in the desert, and we're calling to Holbrook to the EMS station.
Investigators say that Rebeka had run away multiple times before that day, and this time a neighbor found her unresponsive in the desert.
She ran away for the third time in a week in the desert, and when the neighbor found her in the wash, she was unresponsive completely. And by the time she got back to the house, she was barely breathing, so I'm breathing for her now. She's unresponsive, unconscious, and unable to breathe for herself.
Is she breathing?
I'm breathing for her.
What do you mean?
I am putting my mouth around hers and breathing in her breath. Yes.
Dispatchers, they urged Woods to pull over and wait for EMS.
I need you to pull over so that I can page them out to you and we can start CPR.
Would it be easier if is it going to be faster if we just keep going? Because we're almost to Holbrook.
I understand that. I need you to pull over so I can have EMS meet you.
And moments later, first responders met the couple on the road.
Yeah, again, like she says, I'm breathing for her, but no, the fuck you're not, because you're talking on the phone. She might not. I don't know.
Side. Wild story. Wild story. I know. This is one, though, that we wanted to bring to you. This is one we want to stay on top of. And the reason we can do this, the reason we can do a deep dive into stories like this is because of the amazing, now, newly released body cam video obtained by Law and Crime is giving us an inside view at that tense encounter. Take a look.
They found her in the wash. Okay. And she's been unresponsive.
We didn't know where else to take her. There's no hospital near here.
I do need to warn you, she has. Who's your parents?
Right here. Oh, sorry.
She has what?
She's been unresponsive since the neighbor's murder. He said he found her just laying in the wash. She's gasping. How long ago? I don't know how long it took us to get here.
I live
like maybe 30 minutes to get here.
We live 20 miles east of Petrified Forest.
And you guys didn't call the ambulance? I was calling and the phone kept dropping. I talked to a sheriff.
There's no reception out there.
It dropped. I told her we were headed for 20 miles east of the Petrified Forest.
Look right here. That big ass bruise. Right here on her hip. Do y'all see it? Y'all see that big ass bruise right there? Under her shirt, right there by her shorts, right here. Arizona.
It was by far worse. I was trying to flag somebody down on the side of the road, and I thought it was the sheriff, but I don't know. I guess not, because he just looked at me.
180 beginning CPR. LT, can you give me some gloves? Can you grab me some gloves, please? Or you want to take over and I'll grab some?
First responders, they tried desperately to revive this little girl, and they pressed Baptiste and Woods for answers, asking how long she had been unconscious and why CPR hadn't started sooner.
How long has it been since she's been responsive?
We don't know. She ran away and they found her in the dirt. We only know for as long as he got her on the quad and gave her to us.
Where were you guys at?
We live
east of Petrified Forest, and we're like 20 minutes in. So you're in Apache County? Yeah, but we just
It's horrible.
Started the month, so I'm still kind of getting the. She was involved in an accident?
No, she ran away. She's on medications. And she hasn't been on these medications in about a month because we've been moving.
Okay.
And then she ran.
Hold on a second.
So she ran away. They had interactions with CPS like double-digit number of times, and CPS kept putting her back. The school called, like everybody called. People in the apartment complex they were living in before they moved to the yurt called. She was jumping out of 2-story fucking windows to run away. She was telling them her dad was sexually abusing her, and they still kept putting her back there. I'm wondering if he's going to talk about how many times CPS got involved. It doesn't look like it in here. This looks like the whole, the entire video. I'm going to see what, I'll read this article to you real quick about it. So it says reports of abuse reportedly, made to DCS years before Arizona girl's death. Okay, it reads, Phoenix, the death of a 10-year-old girl whose father and his girlfriend are now accused of her homicide has prompted an internal investigation by the Arizona Department of Child Safety. Rebeka Baptiste was found unresponsive on July 27th in Holbrook, Arizona. She was taken to a local hospital before being flown to Phoenix Children's Hospital, where she died 3 days later. Rebeka's father, Richard Baptiste, and his girlfriend, Anicia Woods, are accused of first-degree homicide and 3 counts of child abuse. Prosecutors say it was, quote, long-term horrendous abuse that caused Rebeka's death. They said Rebeka's brain bleeding was so severe it left her brain dead. Court records also indicate this was not the first time Rebeka needed care for these types of injuries, with prosecutors revealing 140 pages of hospital records that had been handed over in this case. We have also learned that the Phoenix school where Rebeka was a student made 12 reports to the Arizona Department of Child Safety over the past 4 years. 12 fucking reports over the past 4 years were made to DCS. However, DCS officials are disputing that. What they're saying, Governor Katie Hobbs said on August 6th that the state is looking into how DCS handled the reports on behalf of Rebeka. Quote, let me say this is a very tragic situation. We are looking into what happened, unquote, Governor Hobbs said. Meanwhile, the school Rebeka once attended are remembering her by sharing one of her school projects. The project is a poem titled Magenta, which was Rebeka's favorite color. And we went over that on the previous slide. It was very sweet. Quote, learning about endangered and this is part of it. It says, quote, learning about endangered animals makes me feel sad because these animals should be loved, not harmed. I hope that endangered animals will survive, unquote. Read a portion of the project. Quote, the life of a shining bright 10-year-old was taken in a very gruesome and horrible way, unquote, said Becky Jones. Jones, who is the K-8 principal at Empower College Prep, described Rebeka as a bright and eager student. Jones said the school had been worried about Rebeka's safety for years, with students and staff members reporting concerns. Quote, there were strangulation marks on one, maybe more than one occasion, unquote, Jones said. Quote, what I would call torture, the dad and the girlfriend called punishment or discipline, unquote. In a statement, DCS told us that reports must meet a specific threshold to be investigated. The agency said only one of the calls from Empower College Prep in the last year led to an investigation. Meanwhile, Empower College Prep is having a celebration of life ceremony for Rebeka at 1 p.m. on August 14th. They are asking those who attend to wear magenta. So this is what they said in a press release. Okay. Now, keep in mind there was 12 fucking reports made, and only one led them to investigate. Okay, and the child had strangulation marks, bruises, where she had been hit with the belt buckle of a belt. He would make them run laps to the point that they're so dehydrated they have to drink through a straw to be able to swallow. There was allegations of sexual abuse, 12 fucking reports made in 4 years. And the other live I did on this goes over it into more detail. This is what Department of basically Child Safety said. Quote, it is with a heavy heart that we acknowledge the death of Rebeka Baptiste, a child who is known to the department. Anytime a child in our community is harmed, it deeply affects us all, especially when we know the family. Our dedicated staff work tirelessly to ensure the safety of all children, but tragically, those who intend to harm children can sometimes evade even the most robust systems designed to protect them. There was no evading this. Like, everybody did what they were supposed to do. They just didn't look into it the way that they should have. Like, what do you mean they can evade even the most robust systems? There was 12 fucking reports made. What the fuck do you mean? That's like if nobody ever called CPS and nobody knew the abuse was going on and the child ended up dead. That's how evade even the most robust systems designed to protect them happens, not when 12 fucking reports were made. It continues, in response to this incident, the department is actively collaborating with law enforcement in a joint investigation to ensure that the people responsible for this heinous act are brought to justice. Hold on a minute. Okay. The department would like to correct some information made public by other sources related to the death of Rebeka. According to department records, Empower School called the hotline 5 times in the past year, and one time the allegations met statutory report criteria. The other 4 times, the department was not able to investigate the allegations because they did not meet the statutory threshold for abuse or neglect. We do not have any records that a relative called the hotline after 2019 to allege abuse or neglect of Rebeka or her siblings. Now, that was made by the uncle. The uncle wanted the children and wanted to take them, and every time he would see them, Rebeka would tell him about the sexual abuse and everything that was going on. Sorry if I was cutting out. I apologize. Hey, Justice Mama. Right, exactly. Why apply for this position and then not give a fuck? It continues, we take every call to our hotline seriously, but we only have authority to initiate an investigation if the call meets statutory report criteria. Rebeka deserved love, safety, and a chance to thrive. There are no words that will make sense of the pain she endured or her life that was tragically cut short. Her loss is a sorrow we carry deeply, a reminder of the work we must never stop doing. We know this loss is felt most deeply by her school community that saw Rebeka most often. In honoring her memory, the department will strive to educate our schools to better understand what meets report criteria so that when they do make the call to the hotline, we can take appropriate action. Stop. They called over and over and over. This child made allegations of sexual abuse. This child was jumping out of a fucking 2-story window to get away from these motherfuckers. Like, what else could be done? What the fuck do you mean? Stop. Bullshit. Oh my God. It makes me mad too, right? All right. So here we are back to the footage. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Stop.
What happened, guys? Ran away, and when they found her, just how she was. How long? We don't know. It's been at least 30 minutes. It took us like 30 minutes just to get here. Okay. Let's get her in our rig. Okay. I think she's been down a while though. But we'll just work in a rig, yeah. I didn't know where else to take her. I didn't know where the close places was. Here, let's just grab like smack down right between here, Concho, and that's it. All right.
As first responders rush Rebeka to a waiting truck for treatment, officers then turn their focus on her father. They press Richard Baptiste about the timeline, how neighbors found this girl in the desert, and why she was already unresponsive when she was brought home.
How long has it been since you found her unresponsive?
We don't know. The neighbor.
When did the neighbor bring her?
It's 11:48. It had to have been probably close to 11. At least 30.
What's your neighbor's name?
I don't know. I just moved out here.
It's funny.
Most of the people that I know are relatives of my uncle who died. So I'm still getting used to the people. Whose child? It's fine. Is that hers too? No, that's my girlfriend.
Did you get her ID?
No. Her name's Rebeka.
I gotta get her ID.
Yeah, I would like to know if they were actually driving toward the hospital too. Now, allegedly, there's no service down in that area to where they could call somebody. But I mean, yeah, that's allegedly her dad laughing. The fucking 12 calls to Department of Social Services and she ends up dead and we fucking wonder why.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about that. You guys might have been closer to Concho. We didn't know Concho had a facility that would be able to handle this. EMS would be closer. That's what I was hauling ass to, was the EMS center down there, past the overpass. What's a good phone number for you?
Of course, they redact the phone number.
She's been running away for the last 3 or 4 weeks since we've been here.
Who?
She ran away this morning. We went out and tried to find her, and our neighbor found her.
What time this morning?
We got up about 9:30, so it would have been close to 10:30.
So you guys saw her the night before?
Yeah. We all sleep in the same building.
Okay. And then, so you said she ran around that morning, and you guys were trying to find her?
This morning.
This morning. And you guys went out trying to find her, and then your neighbors found her?
Neighbor found her, yeah.
Okay, what were they doing down there? How'd they find her?
They were on quads.
They were on their quads, okay. And then they brought her to you?
Yeah.
At your house?
Yeah, well, it's technically was my great uncle's. He died recently, so we moved in there.
Okay.
So that's kind of how people know us up there.
Did she have any signs of life when she got brought to you?
She was almost basically like this. She was slightly responsive. She was still breathing on her own.
What do you explain to me? What you mean responsive?
Like she was just breathing on her own.
Breathing on her own.
But that's about it. And then as we were driving this way, started seeing color change in her lips, and we were just.
Okay, you said she.
Yeah, she got that when she was in Phoenix.
Okay.
She ran away.
Did you guys take her to get treated for it?
Yes, she has a primary care.
That was a lie. The way he just said that, I could tell he was lying. Watch.
And then as we were driving this way, started seeing color change in her lips, and we were just.
Okay, you said she.
Yeah, she got that.
See, he shook his head and looked away. Looked directly away from her as to not look her in the eyes when he said yes. She absolutely did not.
When she was in Phoenix.
Okay.
She ran away.
Did you guys take her to get treated for it?
Yes, she has a primary care, and then she also did a 7-day stay down in Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not for that, but just for a prior incident.
Okay. And explain to me what you're going through. You said she's diagnosed with what?
Yep.
Can you explain that to me? Okay.
She was on 3 different medications before we left.
You know, and that's another thing to me. They talk about behavior disorders and different medications she was on for shit like that. Meanwhile, she's telling Department of Child Services to please do something. And I don't understand how allegations of sexual abuse were made and it was not founded. Yet when this happens and she's actually in the hospital and for 3 days until she dies, we find out that yes, there was indeed sexual abuse going on. Like, that had to be from some type of physical exam, okay? So why wasn't the physical exam done the first time she made allegations of sexual abuse? And you mean to tell me that there's allegations of her being fucking strangled, bruises on her from where a belt buckle, not the belt, but the fucking buckle hit her, and she was being beaten with the buckle. They're running laps to the point that they're so dehydrated that the child can't even swallow water normally, and allegations of sexual abuse. That's 4 things right there that should have had her taken on the spot or taken to a doctor to be fucking checked out, something to that effect. And they still didn't take her. Add on top of that, they're living in a yurt in the middle of the desert. There's no refrigerator, no air conditioning, no fucking running water, no electricity, and the child was still allowed to live there. Again, don't get me wrong, I'm very much about off-grid living and things like that, but you cannot do that and not have a refrigerator and running water and some type of way, especially in the desert, to cool the children off. You can't have children in that situation. There's so many things here that should have gotten her taken on the spot. And only one of those met the criteria for CPS to do a fucking investigation. And even at that, nobody made them take her to the doctor to be examined to see if she was being sexually abused because the hospital found it. I'm fucking furious, y'all. And all of a sudden, when the child is dead, those allegations are suddenly facts. Exactly. What? What? Make it make sense.
I can't remember the third one right now, but it's been a little bit since she's been on her medication.
Exactly.
While paramedics worked on Rebeka, officers also turned their attention to the other children. Sitting quietly in the back of a patrol vehicle, they described to police what they saw that morning.
Hi, guys.
Oh, here
you
we
guys
go.
Doing okay?
Yeah.
Yeah? So what happened today?
Today she ran away.
She ran away? Okay. And then what happened?
And then she came back home.
Okay.
Oh no. They are.
When she came back home, how did that?
The mom is standing right there. She's making sure to be there so the kids don't say anything. Did you see her on the other side of the car? Look.
When she came back home, how did that?
She just opened the door. Look, right there she is. She's making herself known to the children so they don't say anything incriminating.
So, did mom and dad bring her home?
No, well, one of our
Girlfriend, yeah.
from there, they saw them laying, they saw her laying down on the ground, and then they brought her back home.
That's how they brought her home. Okay. All right. What's your name?
Yeah, the sibling said she ran away and then she came back home, and then she changed it to she ran away and then they found her like that. It looked like she was whispering to the kid. Let me see. Let's go back.
Home, how did that?
Right there, yep. I wish I could hear what she said.
When she came back home, how did that?
It sounded like she said move over or do something. Yeah, I think it's more so to make herself known so that the kids already know like what to say and what not to say. They know she's there, so to only say the story that they've spent the last 20 fucking minutes while they were driving Rebeka to where she's at now from the yurt. I'm sure she told them what to say, and so she's making herself known so they know to stick with that story. Hold on a minute. All right. I'm gonna listen real close and see if I can hear what she's saying.
When she came back home, how did that?
Sounded like she said, move over some, I need to get this. Do you think that's what she said? I couldn't quite tell.
So, did mom and dad bring her home?
No, well, one of our neighbors from there, they saw them laying, they saw her laying down on the ground, and then they brought her back home.
That's how they brought her home. Okay. All right. What's your name?
She might have said something. I dropped the link. I think it's this link.
What's your last name?
Baptiste.
Okay, like your dad? Okay. You know when you were born? Yeah.
That's an interesting point you made there, Crispy. Crispy said these kids are not even crying or anything, which tells me this is not their first rodeo. They're not even upset. And I mean, I believe it because I mean, the neighbors talk about how they would make them run fucking laps to the point that they're so fucking dehydrated. I just can't. I don't understand this shit. It infuriates me because you'll hear stories about where CPS takes children that never should have been taken in the first place. And then we have all these other stories where it's like, Jesus Christ, where were you at? Where the fuck were you? I can't. I get so damn mad. Yeah, red flag central, right, Carolina? Yeah, they're too scared to be upset, you think? I don't know. I think that they're fucking scared of the parents, yeah. Probably shortly after this. I remember hearing about it when they got arrested, and then finding out that the damn child's toenails were fucking removed. And that's when we went live about it. So it was about 8 days ago that we found out that her toenails had been freaking removed.
And what's your name? Can you spell that?
Oh, it's okay, Crispy. I appreciate it.
And is your same last name? Okay, how old are you? 6?
And as detectives continue their questioning, they are pressing these adults on her care, on her schooling, her history of running away. Both Richard Baptiste and Anicia Woods, they described these past incidents, including times that the 10-year-old had even apparently jumped from windows to escape.
How old is she?
She's 10.
Where does she go to school?
We haven't set that up yet.
No school yet?
No, we were trying to get her either into Concho.
Who's her primary care?
So I just had them switched over to.
See, she's not even, she's had enough. She's like, don't give me your fucking bullshit. She's going to talk quick and get the fucking answers. I appreciate that, Crispy. That was really very sweet of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, people are fucking sick. Like, why is it that these parents don't know how to take care of these children either? Like, you can't discipline them to that extent. You've got to figure out something else. Maybe try talking to the child, sitting them down and explaining, excuse me, you can't do that. This is the reason. You can't, I mean, I don't understand. I always explain to my children, you're in trouble because you did this. You can't do that because this or this could happen and that would not be good. Like, what? I'm so frustrated, y'all.
How long ago?
That was about 2 weeks ago, but her former one, his name is.
Hang on just a second. Who did she see over?
I'm sorry, what?
Where was she? Who was she seeing?
Oh, you're good, Hannah.
You know, doctor's name?
She hasn't. They haven't had their. None of them had their initial appointment.
They haven't been in there yet. So who's the last doctor she's seen and been treated by? Spell that. I'm gonna need a number for him anyway. So
yeah, let me look it up.
Okay.
breathing.
All right, ma'am.
Now, she claims to be a registered nurse, and so she says things like, oh, I didn't take her to the doctor or the hospital this time and that time because I didn't think she needed it as a registered fucking nurse.
So walk me through what happened today.
We were outside starting the morning. Before I can get waters in the bottles, she went running off again.
Okay, you saw her run off?
No, she disappears. We have them play in the yard, and she was supposed to go stand in the shade and go wait for me because that's where we've been keeping her to be outside. She can't be trusted in the building because she gets there. There's knives, there's weapons, there's everything.
Okay.
So I had her standing outside. I turned around to go grab waters for bottles, and she was gone.
Okay. Was she complaining of any pain, any sickness, anything like that today?
She's been complaining of a headache.
A headache?
Ever since she ran away the first day, she's been complaining of a headache.
Okay, she's been this is frequently running away lately?
It's 3 times in less than 2 weeks.
She actually ran away a week before we moved out here. So
yeah, she actually jumped out the window. I was telling the other officer over there in the beige
that she, just before we came up here, I didn't tell him about what he was bringing up. My dad brought up, she just ran away before we came up here. That one was super scary. She kicked out a screen and jumped out the second floor window.
That was at the apartment complex. This child kicked a fucking screen out of a second story fucking window and jumped out. And CPS still didn't feel the need to take her?
Before we moved here.
It was last week of June.
So it sounds like there's been a history of behavioral issues?
Yes, he was asking me if she had a history. She's had this long history of running away.
Okay.
So, I don't know exactly where, do you know where they're going? Because
LCMC. Little Colorado Medical Center in Winslow.
Will one of you guys be able to we follow someone that way? We don't know the area.
I can just Google it.
Yeah, I'll get you the address.
We're not from this area.
Are they going to LCMC?
Most likely, unless they got a pulse.
Did they?
Yeah.
I noticed when he had handed her to us that bulge in her chest, and that was making me afraid of. I didn't even think to start CPR. I just thought, let me keep breathing for her and let's just go.
Okay.
It looked like he freaked out more when they said they had a pulse. Because no one listens to the children. The DCS person didn't want the extra paperwork to do the right thing. That's what it seems like.
But I was telling that officer she has a long history of no physical health conditions, but it's mental health for the last 3 years.
Has she been seeing a provider for her mental health?
We took her to Taros. She was seeing a psychiatrist there that put her on medications. Taros. TERROS.
Who's the doctor?
It was
right.
Starts with a K, but it's yes, ma'am.
With a
K. Last name is K.
K.
Yes.
And then where was that?
It's in Phoenix. So there's multiple offices, but it's one off of. And what was that other street, babe?
How long did she see them?
She's been seeing them for 2.5 years. Since we first had an incident, we basically took her there.
And here's the thing. As the questioning continues, officers learn this isn't the first time state agencies have been involved. The parents admit that this little girl had prior DCS cases, including time spent on a psychiatric hold, and that custody had only recently been returned.
Wow.
Medical Center, I think it's 1520 Williamson in Winslow right now until they can get a medical air back. And if she gets air back, they'll probably take her to Flagstaff. And at Flagstaff, they may or may not take her down to Phoenix. So
Phoenix Children's.
Yeah. So I would just follow up with the hospitals. That'll be the fastest route to figure that out.
And that's where I was telling you. I told him the first time that she ran away, she was taken over to Phoenix Children's Hospital and she ended up on a 7-day hold, a psychiatric hold. She has a long history with running to DCS and making up stories of her brothers.
So there has been DCS cases before?
Yeah,
I just got them back from the state.
Okay, who is your caseworker?
No, there is none now.
Well, who was?
There was multiple. The last one was transferred to a different division.
When was the last time you had contact with them?
Multiple CPS workers never took her out of the house. Teresa said moving around like they did was an effort to evade authorities, in my opinion, and I believe it. Yeah.
The case was closed May
of this year?
May of last year.
Last year?
That's when we got our youngest back.
She was.
Okay.
And that's when the official case was closed. Her case was closed about a year before that.
Okay.
But she still, while his case was open, DCS kept having new cases open because Rebeka would go to school and had all these different allegations. And what was becoming alarming to not only her therapist, but to the DCS workers was that she started having markings. She had bruises on her hands and her arms, and they took pictures. I thought Rebeka had told her that he had done it. Okay. And it was her way to try to get taken out. The first time she ran away, she told us that she didn't want to live here. She was just trying to leave. But we explained to her, everyone explained to her the dangers that come with this. She did. She ran away 3 days after that, and then now this. But she's been complaining of headaches since the first day, and basically dehydrated ever since the first day. I was telling him her mouth has been really bad since the first day.
Okay, I need to talk with him real quick.
So if she kept running away and didn't want to, like, I understand that you might not have the money to be here or be there, but like, to the extent that allegedly child is doing something to themselves, we don't, that's just fucking weird. And then she's been dehydrated for 3 days. I mean, that set up red flags for me. She's been dehydrated for 3 days and you just left her that way. Yeah, he walked away. She's trying so hard to save herself. She is. She is. Yep. She did,
So
Angela.
who's the biological mother?
Her name is Sandy Hawkins.
Spell that.
Sandi. And then Hawkins is Hawkins.
Hawk what?
INS.
Okay, where does she live?
No idea. She's a drug addict.
Okay, where's the last place you know
There you
of her
go.
being?
She was in Phoenix, and it was some apartment complex off of.
No, I haven't looked her up. I just got her
I don't
name.
remember the name of it.
Has she been in the little girl's life at any point, visiting, anything like that?
She stopped coming to visits.
About 2.5, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Do you have a number for her? No. Is there a way to get a hold of her?
I would assume Facebook Messenger. I don't have contact with her. Just.
Do you know her date of birth by any chance?
I said what?
Do you know Sandy's date of birth? How long has it been since mom's been involved, you said?
2.5 years.
2 years?
2.5, maybe 3.
Do you have full custody? How's that go?
So I just got the kids back, and I've been working on getting full custody.
Okay, so you guys, between you and her, you have shared right now?
Only through whatever legal standpoint that is.
Okay.
Yep.
I just don't have.
Yeah, her mom was coming to visit Ty, and DCS basically told us don't do visits if she's going to be like that. We'll take care of them, and she never did them.
Okay.
And then she never showed up to any courts, never did drug testing, never did anything. So I just let bygones be bygones. So sure.
Okay.
Well, technically, you're not
You don't have a tried calling you guys.
Yeah, because you knew.
Good phone. Yeah. Okay. I called Apache County. Just notified them. They're supposed to be calling me back, and then I'll get your information and stuff like that. So,
where we live, the reception's really terrible. So text is a good follow up. Or email.
I'm sorry, I'm being quiet. I'm appalled.
My email too.
Just because I don't know out here, is this really the only way? Like, it's just call 911 and hope that the signal keeps going? Because we just kept losing the call the whole way up here.
well, you should probably.
She's trying to explain the shit. Like saying, oh, we couldn't have service down there. I think 911 works for no matter where you're at. I could be wrong. But again, I mean, she brings it up trying to, again, explain the situation away because she's thinking they're on to my bullshit. I need to make sure I reiterate why we did this. So how am I going to do that without looking suspicious? Let me do it like this by asking, is 911 the only thing I can do, and just hope to get service? So it looks like I was trying to do the right thing, even though I didn't give a shit, allegedly speculating.
That's a good phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
I backed it up.
Apache County. Just notified them. They're supposed to be calling me back, and then I'll get your information and stuff like that. So,
where we live, the reception's really terrible. So text is a good follow up. Or email.
Right here.
Is this,
my email too.
just because I don't know out here, is this really the only way? Like, it's just call 911 and hope that the signal keeps going? Because we just kept losing the call the whole way up here.
well, you should probably, when you get back home or something like that, just look at what's closer. Not necessarily. I mean, you could call, way out there. EMS could have met you way out there on the way.
We were trying to call them
something like that. Yeah. And I understand you guys do what you can, okay? But we'll let you guys get out of here and get to the hospital. Okay?
So it's called the Little Colorado Medical Center if you want to look it up on your phone.
Will do.
Okay.
She's having
Okay?
none of her bullshit.
So let's just get there safely, okay? Seatbelts and just just try and get there for your daughter, okay?
Like, he's having to tell them to get in the car and go. Like, he's just standing there with his hands on his head.
Thanks. Drive safe.
Now, in the end, medical professionals determined that 10-year-old Rebeka Baptiste suffered catastrophic brain damage from bleeding and swelling, no detectable brain activity. She was placed on life support until she died on July 30th. Following the investigation, Woods, Baptiste, they now face murder and child abuse charges in connection with Rebeka's death, and they're scheduled for a preliminary hearing on September 4th in Apache County. It's all.
So, and it's really upsetting because the uncle really wanted those kids, and you can see his interview in the live we did about 8 days ago on that. Even going to a shop, you need to carry water. I can't imagine her in the heat. Right. Dehydration does cause headaches and all kinds of shit. Bring back Tent City and leave them there. Yeah. I hope that, well, they're in prison facing homicide charges. I hope that they've extensively talked to the other children in that house to make sure that they're mentally okay with everything that happened. And I hope that uncle that wanted them so bad is able to get them. I have got to go because we have been going for 5 hours this here day. Yep, she did. Unfortunately, Crispy. She was taken to a hospital. Then she got life flighted to a children's hospital where she they had no brain activity, and she died 3 days later. And that's when the parents got charged with homicide. Yep, she did. Sharon, thank you. And it's really sad because DCF could have stopped that from happening. And that's what everybody around them says. DCS could have stepped in and stopped it from happening. The school is pissed. The people where she lived at before are pissed that saw them running around the fucking building, dehydrated as hell, running laps for hours upon hours and not getting any water or anything. I mean, everybody's pissed that she's dead. I mean, you would be upset about any child being dead, but her in particular, so much was done to try to stop it, and nobody did shit. Yeah, I don't understand how they didn't have a heat stroke out there. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you, love. And I hope that y'all all have a good night. I'm going to go for the day because I've got to get started on dinner. It's already like 6:30 here. So I love y'all, and I hope y'all have a good night. Be safe out there. Hey, Native, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for being here. If nobody's told you, you are enough, you are important, you are special, and you are so very much loved. And I will see y'all tomorrow. Bye.